I now declare open this hearing of the Select Committee on Information Integrity and Climate Change and Energy. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet and pay my respects to their elders past and present. I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people here today. The committee will be conducting hearings today via teleconference, video conference and in person. Committee members attending in person are myself, Senator Bush-Wilson as Chair, Deputy Chair, Senator Ananda Raja, Senator Canavan, Senator Darmanin and Senator Roberts. Joining us via teleconference is Senator McLaughlin and well, I've actually got Senator Darmanin here in person, so I might leave that bit out. These are public proceedings being video streamed live via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. I remind witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as contempt. It is also contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses also have a right to request to be heard in camera. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. I remind senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. I remind everyone engaging in the public hearing, including witnesses and members of the public, that the behavioural standards for Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces require people to act respectfully, professionally and with integrity, encourage and value diverse perspectives and recognise the importance of a free exchange of ideas. Bullying, harassment and discrimination will not be tolerated or condoned. I also remind committee members that witnesses who are appearing via teleconference are not speaking to mute their microphones. So I now welcome representatives of the United Nations via video teleconference. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and protection of witness giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you, noting that parliamentary privilege does not extend outside Australia. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Yes, it's Charlotte Scadden, and I'm Senior Advisor on Information Integrity in the Department of Global Communications at UN headquarters in New York.
Thank you, Charlotte. Would you like to make a short opening statement, and then we can have a chat?
Yes, absolutely. Good morning and good evening from New York here, and I really thank you. I really appreciate this opportunity to provide evidence and highlight some key work of the United Nations in this hearing of the inquiry into information integrity on climate change and energy. I'll provide some very brief opening remarks, and in the interest of time, as I think you mentioned, I have tabled a longer version of my points. So we are at a critical juncture where two of humanity's most pressing challenges have become dangerously intertwined. First, we're witnessing an unprecedented erosion of the integrity of our information ecosystem. Disinformation, harassment and targeting of expert voices, polarising echo chambers, demise of independent journalism, misleading advertising practices, and many risks stemming from emerging technologies, including AI, are all contributing to what we see as a deeply concerning trend, and that is that people increasingly don't know what to believe or what is real. And then the second challenge that is converging here is, of course, the climate crisis and coordinated efforts to stall and sabotage climate action by powerful interests who benefit from the status quo. International action is more important than ever before, and 2025 was a year of significant momentum for information integrity. In November, we reached a really important milestone at COP30 in Belém in Brazil, where information integrity was not only placed on the official action agenda of COP for the first time ever, but it was also reflected in the negotiated outcome document, the Mutual decision, embedding information integrity into international climate governance for the first time. And this was really a momentous achievement at a time where multilateral action is harder than ever. 23 countries have also signed on to the Belém Declaration on Information Integrity on Climate Change that was launched at COP30. These achievements did not happen in isolation. They were the result of a really strong multi-stakeholder coalition, the Global Initiative for Information Integrity on Climate Change, which is led by Brazil, us at the UN, and UNESCO. So our office and all of our partners are going to continue this momentum into 2026. We cannot achieve climate action and a livable future without information integrity. These two crises are inseparable, and we feel strongly that our response must reflect this reality. So thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions on this priority area of work for us.
Yeah, thanks, Charlotte. It's, Senator Whish-Wilson here. I might kick it off. This inquiry was actually timed around the COP occurring, and we actually you probably noticed we named the inquiry also after the global initiative. So I was very keen. We had the rapporteur on climate change appear in our first set of hearings prior to the COP. So can you just give us a bit of a kind of an insider's view on how it went at the COP? And also tell us why it's important for us to take a multilateral approach to this issue.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, as I said, the COP for us in terms of the information integrity space was very successful. I think that it was the result of not only the multi-stakeholder efforts that I mentioned, but frankly, it reflects an increasing recognition amongst the international community, member states of the UN, but also many other stakeholders, including private sector and civil society and others, that, they're all very concerned about what's happening in our information spaces, and they're making that connection to efforts to undermine climate action. So for us, it was really encouraging to see the scale of interest, frankly, and support for climate information integrity as an issue at COP. I mean, there were dozens of side events and, and discussions organized on the topic coming from many different angles. And then what we were really focused on, of course, was the formal negotiation process. And it was our hope that information integrity would be reflected in that negotiated outcome. And I don't know how familiar you all are with COP processes, but, they can be lengthy and challenging. So it was, I think, a real achievement to have that recognition in the outcome. And it lays a foundation for our work moving forward. But it really does reflect the concern that we've seen. And then separately, we launched, as I mentioned, the declaration, the Belém Declaration on Information Integrity on climate change. And we have now, I think, 23 signatories, including the EU, who just signed up. And, I think it was 17 when we launched at COP, and it sounds like a low number, but actually for a declaration of that kind at COP, it's a very decent showing. We had very high-level support for that declaration. And it's still open for signature. And actually now we're seeing a lot of interest from different countries and other stakeholders who want to support what we're doing. So I think, it was really important for us to cement the issue, and we did. And in terms of the multilateralism, I mean, look, information risks, as we call them, challenges to the integrity of the information ecosystem, no borders. They do not know borders, right? And similarly, neither does climate change or its impacts. So we absolutely have to work, across internationally to, if we're going to take effective action to create a healthier information ecosystem, just as we need to work, have international cooperation to address the climate crisis. So I think, that for us is absolutely key.
Yeah, thanks, Charlotte. So could you tell us, what are the next steps for the signatories or countries that are engaged in potentially signing this agreement? And is it a symbolic thing to sign this agreement, or are there expectations of states who sign on to the initiative?
No, absolutely. Well, we very much hope it is not a symbolic thing, and we're actually working really hard to ensure that it isn't. Though I will say that it does send an important message, right? And I think this is something that we've heard from a lot of the member states who are engaged in this issue. It sends a message not only to the disinformation actors and those who are working to try and undermine climate action through various tactics, that states are taking this seriously, but it also sends a message to the community, the information integrity community out there, who are working really hard and who really see the value in trying to strengthen the information ecosystem for climate. So it does send a message, that's true. But in terms of the specific implementation, I mean, we're working, and we see member states working on several fronts. And when I say member states, sorry, I'm talking obviously member states of the UN, but countries. We see countries working on several fronts, and that is including, support and funding for research and investigative journalism. So that's very key. We need to continue to research exactly what's happening. Especially, we're especially concerned about countries in the global south where we don't have as much research and they are under-resourced. We also are trying to share best practices, including around establishing national chapters on climate information integrity, which we hope to see grow this year, and they are multi-stakeholder initiatives. We are mobilizing stakeholders to design and implement strategic communications campaigns, evidence-based ones, and harness the creative sector so, that we can take proactive measures to mitigate some of the harms done by climate disinformation. And then we're also mapping policy and legal frameworks around the world to look at what's working, in some geographies, what we can learn in others. And then we're also working with the private sector, but not just tech. We're focused on advertisers a lot. So we want to establish a charter of principles for accountable climate advertising. They're just a few of the strands. But as you can see, we're taking a very holistic approach, which we think is essential, frankly, to address this issue. But of course, underlying all this, we're also working to further integrate and establish the issue into COP processes, building on what we achieved at COP30, very much with a view to COP31 at the end of the year.
Yeah, thank you. And interesting, congratulations, by the way, with the EU signing on just a couple of days ago. I know that's a big deal. I noticed when they put out their media release to sign on to the initiative, they launched a EU-wide campaign called Climate Facts Matter. Was that what you're referring to then in your answer, that you're asking people who sign on to this initiative to have a national campaign around disinformation, climate disinformation?
I mean, it doesn't, and it doesn't, we're asking for, whatever form of strategic communications campaigns are going to be effective, right? And that could be national, it could be very localized, actually. What we do know from the research that's available is that often the groups that are targeted with climate disinformation are local communities, and the disinformation messaging can be very localized. So, we're looking to see what's worked at that kind of grassroots level, but absolutely, some of those national initiatives are also really important. Those kind of communications activities, if you want them to be effective, of course, take backing and resources. So we're really happy to see those kind of initiatives being launched.
Thank you. Just two more questions for me, and I'll rotate the call to some other senators. Part of your initiative, your Declaration on Information Integrity that came out of COP was for signatories to contribute towards a global fund, financial contributions towards a global fund for information integrity. Can you give the committee a little bit more background about what those funds would be used for? Is it a pool of funds for research? Is it for funding specific initiatives? Yeah,
so the Global Fund is so far we have 2 countries who have contributed, primarily Brazil, who is the co-chair of the initiative. We actually are supporting projects that focus on research, investigative journalism, and precisely that kind of evidence-based communication strategies that I just mentioned, particularly in the global south. And we also are looking to expand some of that research into languages other than English, because there is a real dearth outside of the English language. We put out a call for proposals earlier in the year in 2025. My colleagues at UNESCO are the ones administering the fund, and they've done a couple of similar initiatives. They were expecting in the region of maybe 100, 150 proposals. We got 560, I think, which we were really kind of surprised about. And I think it shows the need, right? The scale of the need on this issue and how many groups out there are trying to work to address it. So we saw this as very encouraging, actually, that clearly there's a gap that needs filling. But we've managed to, in the first instance, fund 10 projects, and that range across the kind of research, investigative journalism, and communications space, all with some kind of connection to the global south, and some really interesting projects that we hope we're going to be able to learn from and maybe scale up and scale out and share best practices on. And I'm happy to follow up with information about those.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Look, I know you're calling from New York, and you probably need to be careful about what you say in terms of US engagement at COP. But was it difficult? Was it a difficult COP in the sense that the US didn't have a presence there, and they haven't signed on to this initiative, or are you confident that other countries will follow the EU's leadership this week?
Well, for us, in terms of the information integrity space, and I can't speak for COP more broadly, which is, it's always a challenging space. And look, anytime you have these multilateral processes with so many state parties, the negotiations are always going to be quite an undertaking. But I can say from our point of view, we have not in any way changed our approach or our strategy over the past year or 18 months when it comes to climate and when it comes to information integrity. And in fact, I would say quite the opposite. What we see and hear from stakeholders around the world, including many governments, is, as I said, this increased concern. But it's also now we are being inundated, frankly. My small team at UN headquarters is being inundated with requests for help, for support. And this is coming from countries, it's coming from civil society, it's coming from our colleagues around the world, because people are recognizing this problem and they want to know not just what is going on in the information landscape, but what to do about it. And that's why initiatives like the Global Initiative for Climate Info Integrity are so important, because we're not just discussing the problem, we're looking at exactly how we can address it. And that work is moving forward. We have a really good core group of countries involved, and we're hearing a lot of support from others. So we are undeterred, and we are absolutely moving forward on what are two of the UN's biggest priorities. And I would just say that the Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, has been very vocal in support of this particular topic, both information integrity and climate, and both of them combined. And during COP, he was very clear and said, we cannot have effective climate action without information integrity. So we have support from the top here.
Great, thanks, Charlotte. I'll go to the Deputy Chair, Senator Nanda Raja.
Hi, Charlotte. Thank you for appearing. Just in your opening statement, you mentioned powerful interests. Can you outline for us who these powerful interests are and their motives?
So historically, climate disinformation has been orchestrated and funded by fossil fuel interests, which I'm sure will not be a surprise to hear, and related, vested interests for financial reasons and to maintain the status quo. There has been significant research on this, and I'm happy to point you to any, the recent research that's come out, including from the International Panel on the Information Environment, who released a report last year on, as kind of a global assessment, actually. And then actually very recently, just before COP, a new book called Climate Obstruction was released published by Brown University, which had, I think, 300 academics looking exactly at the actors behind this and how climate disinformation is spreading. So that's been the traditional kind of actor. I will say, though, that we have seen climate in more recent times being used as a wedge issue to polarize and to polarize societies, to undermine democratic processes, especially around elections, to fuel conflict, especially in crisis settings. So there are other actors who, for a range of different reasons, right? I mean, they could be political or strategic reasons, have seen that climate can be this divisive issue and used it and harnessed it. So that for us is also a concern, especially in parts of the world that are fragile settings, that climate's kind of being brought into the information space in this way. But in terms of the financing and the kind of more traditional backing of climate disinformation, it is obviously the fossil fuel industry. Now we have other actors kind of jumping on the bandwagon.
Are you able to, for the benefit of the committee, outline any linkages internationally between Australia and other countries with respect to these interests? Or you can take it on notice.
Yeah, I'll take that on notice. I mean, I don't think I could actually, off the top of my... And can I ask maybe you to just explain a bit what you mean? You mean in terms of Australian fossil fuel interests or...
No, broader than that. For example, the Atlas Network has come up quite a bit in discussions, and there are similar types of bodies. There are think tanks,
Yes.
you know, aside from the fossil fuel, you know, the usual suspects.
I see. Yeah, so I'd have to look into the specific Australia examples, but I can say that, yeah, so I guess thinking about the actors, I'm kind of going to the source of the funding and the kind of instigators. But then we have many different tactics and channels that are used, right? So absolutely, you have think tanks that are like basically, you know, industry-backed. You have different lobbying efforts. You have also what we call pseudo-experts, right? And certainly there are examples of those in Australia who are, you know, purport to be climate scientists or experts, but they're not really. And then what we've seen is this phenomenon of, and again, this goes back to the cross-border issue. You could have one of these pseudo-experts in Australia, and what we see is this process that we call information laundering, right? So this pseudo-expert puts out some, you know, disinformation that is not science-based, something that could potentially just be completely made up. But then, you know, it cycles through different platforms and channels, and then ends up being shared by someone who's perceived as a credible source, right? Could be a political leader or an influencer. So it's kind of we compare it to money laundering, right? How money goes through different stages. It's the same with information. So for audiences and policymakers and others, they don't know where this came from. It's very murky, but they see the result, and it's kind of afforded credibility by the fact it's shared by somebody they perceive to be reliable. So yes, you know, there's a lot of different players in this space benefiting along the way.
Are you able to name any players in Australia? Are you aware of any data that has hit your desk?
I mean, there are. I mean, yes, I'm not really in a position to name specific individual sources, but I'm happy to point you afterwards to some studies that have been done, if that would help.
That would be useful. And those reports that you cited earlier and these studies, please supply them to the committee on notice.
I will.
That's great. I guess the other thing is, are there any particular countries that may be influencing these misinformation campaigns?
I mean, there are state actors involved in disinformation campaigns across the information ecosystem. I think, you know, we're always very clear about that this is, you know, in terms of climate disinformation, as I said, there are many actors involved, depending on the geographic setting, depending on the, you know, strategic consideration. But yes, absolutely, state actors are involved. I don't have, you know, myself, the forensic evidence about that, but again, I could point you to some studies.
That would be great. And just one last question on the topic of the EU. The EU are clearly moving on misinformation, disinformation. There's been some pretty severe language from the Spanish Prime Minister in the last couple of days with respect to cleaning up what he's described as the social media platforms as failed states. In your opening statement and discussion, you've talked about targeting research, journalism, and communications. What about the digital platforms? What is your thinking, and particularly the thinking amongst the membership around the digital platforms and their responsibility?
They absolutely have responsibility. And that, you know, we actually released in 2024, the Secretary General launched the UN Global Principles for Information Integrity, which are basically our framework for action for a healthier information ecosystem. And in that document, we lay out the 5 principles for a safer and more humane information space, and a series of quite detailed recommendations to different stakeholders, including, of course, the tech sector, tech companies, and AI developers. So there we lay out many of the responsibilities, many of the actions we would like to see tech companies taking. The fact of the matter is, though, they are not doing that. Right? They are not all doing that. I mean, I don't want to, in tech is not a monolith, right? They are not all the same. But for the most part, the big tech companies have actually shifted away from trust and safety, not towards it. So I think that we have to be realistic about what we can expect from big tech. As the UN, we're not a regulator, we're not a government, so it is not our role to do that. But we can put forward recommendations for how guardrails and protective barriers can be put up in the information space that uphold freedom of expression and human rights. And then I would also just say that I think it's important to remember that tech platforms, we call them tech platforms, but they are at their core advertising companies. And so one really important stakeholder group for us are the advertisers, the brands that are actually funding the digital information ecosystem. They hold immense power. And, a lot of time they're not even aware of where their ad dollars are going, where their ads are ending up. It could be ending up next to climate disinformation. It could be ending up next to hate speech. But the ad tech supply chain is so opaque that they don't always know. And it's also that money is not necessarily being spent effectively by the tech platforms because they're putting these ads out and they're marking their own homework as to how effective these ad campaigns were. So rather than, speaking to the tech companies necessarily, we're very much engaged with the advertisers to see how we can work together with them to address some of these issues through their very powerful position.
So when you say advertisers, can you just give us some examples? I'm a little confused because there are bad faith actors who are absolutely pushing this kind of material on these platforms, but then who are these advertisers that you refer to?
So a lot of disinformation and hate online, it's monetized, right? And I'm talking not necessarily saying that the advertisers are the ones pushing it, although in some cases you do have advertisers engaged in greenwashing and other things. But many brands, take any brand or big ad company, is pumping billions of dollars into ad tech, into digital advertising, right? And that system is helping to monetize and fund the disinformation actors be able and help them spread the disinformation, say climate disinformation online. And a lot of times these actors are themselves actually monetizing, right? So like the amount of times an ad is seen or clicked on their website or on their, or now even on their social media account, they might even, profit from that. So it could be that you have a climate disinformation actor profiting from the ad dollars of a brand who had absolutely no intention of supporting such content. But they're not even aware of where their ads are ending up.
Right. And in terms of your membership currently, the signatories, what is the appetite amongst them to do something like the EU is doing now around regulating tech?
I think that, a lot of the signatories are from the EU. So, they are all now implementing the DSA, and the UK is also a signatory, and they obviously have their, their own regulation. I think, that's for each member state to determine the best path forward. And I think, in terms of what we want to do is look at, and I mentioned earlier, do a mapping of regulatory frameworks that apply specifically to climate information integrity and look at best practices and share those. But, specific national regulatory measures are not something we have really discussed in detail with our membership.
But there is, to really tackle this problem, we're talking, global tech giants with global reach. Surely there's a multilateral approach, right, to having to deal with this at the source. And you mentioned the DSA. Can you just talk to us a little bit about what role the Digital Services Act would have in tackling this at the source and at scale? I
think that the DSA is obviously a very complex piece of legislation that's now being rolled out, and it takes time for legislation to be developed and implemented, which is why we've always taken a very holistic approach, right? Because legislation can only get you so far, but human rights-based regulatory measures can be very effective. I think that what we're focused on in regulatory measures is transparency, and that is really at the core of the DSA, right? And actually, to my points about advertising, again, that is really the focus here. It's transparency around where our dollars are going, around how platforms are pushing out this kind of information, how they're using people's personal data. So I think that, that in and of itself is extremely useful. And we've already seen with some of the reporting that's had to be done through the DSA implementation, we've got some very useful information about trust and safety and the resources that tech's putting behind it. For instance, I mentioned languages other than English. We know from the DSA with limits how much the tech platforms are putting behind moderating content in languages other than English, for example. So it can be very useful in that sense and helps us to know where to go and how we need to address this.
With regards to the goodness me, my brain is just frozen. No, go to someone else. It'll come back to me. Thank you.
It's been the end of a long parliamentary week.
I'm a bit sleep
Well, actually,
deprived.
maybe not necessarily long. And Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to start with that we did receive a submission from the UN Special Rapporteur. Sorry if I've mispronounced the French. In that submission, the UN on page 6 told us that, and I quote, states should criminalise misinformation and misrepresentation, brackets greenwashing, by fossil fuel companies and criminalise media and advertising firms accountable for amplifying disinformation and misinformation. Is that the position of the United Nations, that misinformation should be criminalised?
It is absolutely not the position of the UN, and I would like to clarify, I believe you're referring to the Special Rapporteur on Human Rights and Climate Change, Special Rapporteur Mogherini, is that correct?
I think that's her name. Sorry, I don't have it in front of me, but...
So,
That is correct.
Okay.
If I could
I can get it for you. It's just at the top. Elisa
I believe
Mogherini? Is that who you mentioned?
Elisa,
Yeah, that's
exactly.
her. That's
yes,
her. Yeah.
exactly. So if I could just clarify, the rapporteurs are independent experts that are engaged by the Human Rights Council to look into different issues and report back. But they do not speak for the United Nations. And criminalising misinformation is absolutely not the position of the UN.
Okay. She actually, in that quote, she refers to a UN General Assembly Human Rights Council session, the 59th session held on the 15th of May 2025. And in that document, this is on the UN website, so it's A/HRC/59/42, at point 73 of that document, it says states should, and then going down to different dot points, the relevant dot points here is dot point H, states should criminalise misinformation, misrepresentation, greenwashing by the fossil fuel industry, including failure to disclose corporate lobbying activities or to provide remedies for harm. I, criminalise media and advertising firms for amplifying disinformation, misinformation by fossil fuel companies. And J, criminalise attacks against environmental human rights defenders, including from judicial harassment tactics, in addition to enhancing environmental human rights defenders' protection, access to just and effective remedies. So is it the UN's position or not? Because that's a UN session which is recommending hang on, I haven't finished my question, recommending the criminalisation of misinformation.
Apologies for interrupting you. I thought you had finished. I believe that what you just read is the report of the Special Rapporteur, but unfortunately, even though I do have a lot of knowledge of UN documents, I'm not able to remember that one specifically. There are thousands, as you can imagine. So I would need to check. But my understanding is that is her report. It is not a position of the United Nations.
Okay, all right. So I'm just trying to understand too. I mean, I agree with you, I suppose, that support for action on climate change is declining. It's pretty clear, and you want to take certain actions to try and stop that. I think we disagree on why that support is declining. To me, it seems that the real issue is the lived reality of climate change policies. And so, for example, in Europe, we've spoken a lot about Europe right now, all of these green energy schemes have been a complete failure. Manufacturing industries are hollowing out, electricity prices through the roof, and the same thing's happening here in Australia. And so, I mean, if climate change action is as good as you say it is, can you point to me a single country in the world that has installed lots of solar and wind energy and has lowered its electricity prices as a result?
First of all, I would like to clarify, I don't believe I said support for climate action is declining.
Well, why do we need a massive government-funded propaganda
Senator
scam?
Canavan.
You pulled up the witness when she
Witness.
interrupted you. Could you let her finish, please? Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I did not say that. And, you know, I was not, I don't believe I was asked to come here to discuss the benefits of different climate action projects. That is not my area of expertise. There are many who could speak to that. But what I can speak to is people's right to freedom of expression and access to information, people's right to access ideas and information of all kinds, and to express themselves freely. And that is what we are advocating for. We are advocating for information about exactly the kind of climate action projects that you just outlined to be freely available to people so that people can do their own research and make their own decisions, and that policymakers can get the evidence they need to make the most effective decisions possible. So that is really what we are advocating for.
But, okay, so if climate change action is not, if support for climate change action is not declining, why do we need massive government intervention, propaganda campaigns, regulation of speech? I mean, you just said that you want people to speak freely, but you've also spoken about wanting to regulate tech companies and what people say on that, so I don't know how that's consistent. But why do we need then? If support for climate action is growing, in your view, why does the government need to act for you?
I also did not say that support for climate action is growing. I simply didn't comment on that matter at all.
But I'm trying to understand the problem here. What's the problem?
And I'm trying to explain it to you if you would let me. Climate action is, for us, the most urgent priority. The climate crisis is an existential threat, and we are trying to secure a livable future. Even with support for climate action, we still need to act immediately now, and we need to scale up efforts. And for that, we need the public to be engaged, and we need policymakers to be making the best decisions they can with the best evidence available to them. There is a decades-long, coordinated and intentional and very well-funded campaign to undermine reliable climate information. And that is something that we absolutely need to address. You know, of course it has an impact. We would wish that it didn't, but of course it does. And just to be clear also on is regulating people's speech, that is also not what I said. Tech regulation is about, you know, it can be human rights first and can be about transparency. And I do just want to say that I think it is a false dichotomy to say that you cannot have protective barriers, regulatory or otherwise, in the information space and uphold freedom of speech. As I've explained, you know, freedom of speech is about being able to express yourself in a safe environment, and it is about being able to access information. And that is what we are trying to achieve.
One of the big problems in this inquiry is what is misinformation. I mean, it's sort of bandied about, but I'll just read a quote to you, and can you tell me if this is misinformation? This is a direct quote from somebody. The Paris Agreement is silly. To agree to go to net zero 2050 is just a crazy, bad idea. Number one, it's impossible, and to try to even nudge in that direction just makes everyone poorer and makes their lives worse. Is that misinformation?
This is not about trying to suppress people's opinion or arguments or free speech. That's exactly the point I'm making.
Okay.
Right? Like,
but is that misinformation or not? Is that misinformation or not?
Senator Canavan, can you just let the witness finish, please?
This is the problem. This is the whole.
Okay, I'm just going to make a chair's point of order here.
Okay.
I'll just read it. I'll just read it again for all senators. I remind senators of their obligations under the Behavioural Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat all witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. Please let the witness finish her explanation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Charlotte.
No, thanks. Yeah. And look, you know, I understand concerns around freedom of expression and concerns around trying to label people's opinions that everyone has the right to have as mis or disinformation. That is exactly why we use the conceptual framework of information integrity, because the focus here should not be on individual comments or individual pieces of content. It should be on having an ecosystem where, as I have said, people can access the information they need. Now, that means a range of information sources. Maybe we don't agree with all of them, but they should be able to make that choice for themselves. And I will say one other thing. You know, having an opinion, anyone can have an opinion, right? Everyone has the right to say, to a degree, under international law, for the most part, what they like. But there isn't a right to monetize it or to algorithmically amplify it. And that, I think, is something that
that is my point. That's my point here. Is that statement in your ecosystem that you want to build, and we need to know this to know if it's worth doing, in that ecosystem, should a statement like that be allowed to be amplified? Now, just to be clear, that is a statement. That quote, is from the Energy Secretary of the democratically elected government of the United States, Chris Wright. An expert in energy. Now, you might disagree or agree with him, but he's a democratically appointed person. And I think we need to know, if we're going to do this, in your ecosystem that you want to build, would a statement like that be allowed to be amplified, monetised, in any way promoted?
I think you said it was something about the Paris Agreement being silly. That's his right to say that.
But should it be allowed to be monetised?
Absolutely,
should
that is right to say
that's
that.
not my. But should that be allowed to be monetised? Because I'm trying to understand your ecosystem that you want to build.
Chair, I'm concerned about berating the witness by Senator Canavan.
I will rotate the call, Senator Canavan. Senator Darmanin.
Thank you. Throughout this inquiry, we've heard a lot of witnesses and we've talked quite a bit about community engagement. And I know that one of the pillars of Verified is community engagement. So I just wondered if you could talk a bit about, I guess, where you've, you know, in your work and with the stakeholders that you work with, where this has been done well and what some of the barriers to good quality community engagement have been. And I mean, you talked a bit about in your opening statement, seeing localised campaigns really having impact, and also the the lack of languages other than English in terms of lack of resources. So I presume those two things are some of the factors, but I wonder if you could talk about that a bit more, because we are interested in how we can, you know, do better in community engagement in addressing these issues.
Yeah, it's really important, actually. I can't stress how important it is to look locally, because what we've seen is that a lot of these tactics are kind of transnational, you know, and global, but the way that they're implemented is targeted at local communities. And I'm talking from the actors seeking to undermine climate action. But that also means that a lot of the solutions have to be community-based, right? So I would say, yes, being able to speak to people in languages they understand and in ways they understand is really key. And we have some good examples of that from around the world that I can show afterwards too. But it's also who the message is coming from, right? And I think that has been really a really important learning. You know, using trusted messengers, and now that doesn't necessarily have to be some kind of like celebrity influencer. It could actually, and is often more powerful if it's someone in community. That could be a religious leader, a community leader, a teacher, an auntie. But they are, you know, most people still get most of their information from people they know and people they trust and people they see every day. And of course, that can then be reinforced by what they're seeing online or what they're seeing, you know, on TV. But I think it's really important that they understand the importance of climate action and climate impacts, and from people that not only they trust, but that can explain it to them in a way that is relevant for their everyday lives. And I think that's really key. It's making these issues relevant for people's everyday. Because there are people around the world, pretty much all of us at this stage, are living climate impacts, right? But we don't necessarily think about it in those terms. And then in terms of solutions, and I'll just say this, in terms of solutions, we've also seen really effective communications campaigns, but community outreach around different aspects of climate action, such as clean water, right, or clean air. You see local communities taking steps to clean up their water supply, for instance, and that's a way to really engage people around some of the different action areas that can be taken. So it's absolutely key.
So thank you for that. So can you talk a bit more about, like, you say, and I agree, that having trusted local sources is really important. I think some of the things that we've been seeing are, I think, misinformation proliferating in particular projects through local, projects, and the proponents behind them or the opponents behind them influencing locals who are then spreading information that isn't necessarily accurate. Like, how, what is the connection between how do we address the issues between proponents and perhaps positions that are not in the best interests of community, using exactly the sort of models that you talk about around having trusted local voices but proliferating information that is not accurate?
So it's really important to be there, right? I mean, if there is an information vacuum or information void, we call it, it will be filled. And it will be filled by often, sadly, disinformation, misinformation, misleading information. And so, if we are not there, those who support climate action and support, solutions for local communities, if we're not there in those spaces, then we won't be heard. And again, it comes back to access to information, right? That those local community members have a right to access information, and they have a right to be able to, see the evidence-based, reliable information that we have a responsibility to share in a way that's compelling and engaging and meaningful. And I think that's something that, as an international community, we need to work on, and also at the national level, is taking climate science, taking some of the language around climate solutions and making it more accessible to people, frankly, so they can engage with it and they can understand it. But being there is key, and it's a long-term endeavor, right? I think that part of the problem with efforts to strengthen information integrity can be that they tend to be a bit reactive. Right, so we see a disinformation campaign spreading, or we see some kind of information crisis happening, and that's the moment, that then people tend to go in and start trying to engage with trusted messengers or share accurate information. But in fact, by then it's often too late. So this needs to happen, at a foundational level, and it needs to happen over a long period of time. And those relationships have to be built, and that information, has to kind of be that awareness has to be raised. But it's not. There's no quick fix here.
Maybe just one final follow-up, and then I will be done. And so, do you have any view about what are those kind of local trusted, I guess, institutional type organisations that could play a role, like local government, apart from, as you say, the trusted family and community leaders?
Yeah. So, local government is really important, and we've also seen a lot of momentum from cities, actually, from mayors and mayors of cities, but also, kind of at a smaller level on this issue. So, and actually at COP, there were several city and kind of local representatives there, very engaged, wanting to know how they could take action for their communities. And I think that's where we're going to see a lot of progress made, to be honest, partly because, the messages and the way that we communicate this does have to be tailored. And it's hard to kind of have generic messaging. Certainly, obviously, globally, it's impossible. But even regionally or at a national level, you really need to be speaking to people where they are. So that's why I think that engaging, and it's a priority for us also through the global initiative to engage with local government actors and mayors, and I think that's where we're going to have a lot of traction.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to Senator Roberts for some questions, and then I've just got a few. I'll just ask mine very quickly. Charlotte, just in terms of process, are you able to, because I know you're leading the unit over there, are you able to tell us who in a government like Australia would be interacting with the UN on this initiative? Is it the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade? Is it like a Communications or Attorney General's department? Or is it the Prime Minister? Are you able to tell us who is engaging on this?
Yeah, so it's interesting actually, because it very much depends on the country and the government. And climate information integrity is quite a cross-cutting issue. So definitely, obviously, foreign ministries have been involved, especially talking to us at the UN. Often it's climate and environment ministries who are very much leading the discussion. But also, yes, as you said, the kind of if there's a communications ministry or information ministry, they're also involved. And then in some cases, we see leadership, the executive being very heavily involved too. So to be honest, it kind of depends. And I think generally it's been shared across ministries to some degree. Obviously, at COP, we were really often dealing with the environment ministries. But it's one of those issues that is quite cross-cutting.
Okay, thank you. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms Scadden, for appearing. Must be about 10 to 6 p.m. New York?
It is, yes, exactly.
Okay, let's get started. On what basis do you categorise a statement or an action on climate or a climate system as misinformation and disinformation or lacking in information integrity?
Well, I think that we have very clear scientific consensus around climate change. So anything that is undermining the scientific consensus as laid out by the IPCC and the legal frameworks we have for taking climate action would be considered to be false information. I couldn't say if it was mis or disinformation. That depends.
Thank you. To make claims that climate is changing due to human carbon dioxide or carbon dioxide from human activity, would you agree that one needs scientific proof?
As I just said, yes, and we have the scientific consensus around climate.
Thank you. So what constitutes scientific proof?
That is not a question I'm going to answer here. As I've said now several times, we have very clear scientific consensus around climate change, its causes and its impacts.
Okay, consensus is a political aspect. Scientific proof is the scientific aspect. So isn't scientific proof simply empirical scientific data within logical scientific points proving cause and effect? Yes or no?
Scientific consent, I can't answer questions about science. It's not something I've studied. But scientific consensus is not political. It refers to 99 out of 100 scientists agreeing on scientific evidence and interpretation of that. So that is my understanding of it. But you'd have to ask a scientist to explain it to you.
Thank you, Ms Scadden. We have amassed 24,000 data sets on energy and climate amassed from around the world legally. There is no data at all that shows there's a change in climate, only inherent natural variation in cycles. On what specific basis do you claim climate change? Consensus?
I can point you to the work of the IPCC, which is the UN body, as I'm sure you know, that delivers our scientific evidence and consensus around climate.
Thank you very much. I'm well aware of the IPCC. I've read the first 5 reports. One of my staff has read the 6th and final report. Nowhere in that report, in any of those reports, is there specific empirical scientific data proving logical scientific points and proving cause and effect. Could you point me to, take it on notice, a specific location, page number, chapter number, within a report, and give me the authors, where we have empirical scientific data in logical scientific points proving cause and effect? Just give me one.
Could I just stop proceedings at this point in time? Senator Roberts, we're asking about climate disinformation and misinformation and about it.
Exactly.
We've asked Ms Scadden to come on to talk about a global initiative, a multilateral approach. You're now going to your usual line of questioning around whether climate change is real or not. Please be relevant to the terms of reference, otherwise I'll rotate the call.
Well, just on the point
This
of
is
order.
fundamental to misinformation.
One nation are a bunch of climate
Oh,
deniers.
wow.
Okay.
Here we go.
That's what this is demonstrating.
Look, everybody.
That's what this is demonstrating. Climate deniers and delayers. You've not learned your lesson from multiple elections.
Okay, Deputy Chair, Senator Roberts, let's just calm. Be respectful.
I wanted to make a point of order,
Senator
and I think
Canavan.
accusations and imputations about other senators are certainly not in order. But on the point of order, the inquiry is about climate misinformation. So I think a question, in terms of your point about the terms of reference, a question about whether or not climate change is something to take action on, clearly here's a threshold issue about whether to take action on misinformation.
It's not a point.
It's clearly within the terms of reference.
It's a substantive issue,
Okay,
point of order. You're not making a point of order.
Ms Scadden, have you heard of a man called Maurice Strong? Yes or no?
I don't believe so. I can't tell you for sure because I meet a lot of people.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
To the terms of reference.
He used misinformation and disinformation techniques working within the UN. But you're not aware of him, so I won't ask him more questions. If someone gets scientific proof, then the next thing is to establish a policy basis, correct?
That would be the logical step.
Thank you. To set a policy to cut carbon dioxide from human activity, we need to first quantify the specific impact on climate, such as temperature, rainfall, natural weather events, storm frequency, duration, severity, per unit of human carbon dioxide. Do you agree?
Senator Roberts, what's this got to do with misinformation and disinformation? Could you reframe the question, for example, like Senator Canavan did? Would that be an example of misinformation or disinformation? Ms Scadden's not here to answer your questions on what is scientifically verifiable or not. She's here to talk about misinformation.
I'm not asking her to verify. I'm just asking her to verify the logic, and she's done half of it already.
Well, no, this is way outside the terms of reference.
You've got to understand the basis of misinformation and disinformation, Chair.
Well, why don't you frame that question that way then?
As a basis for understanding comments about the climate action, whether or not it's real, what aspects of it, we use scientific proof. We've agreed on that. To address climate action, to assess it for misinformation, disinformation, we need to understand the policy basis. We've semi-agreed on that. What is the policy basis? What is the specific impact? Point to me, I don't expect you to know it, but point to me a location, specific location, page number, report, name, that shows the policy basis for climate action.
Okay.
I'm happy to answer this. If you don't expect me to know it, it's a little surprising that you're asking. However, I'm sorry to disappoint, but I don't know the specific page, paragraph, number or point, but I am happy to follow up and send you the relevant IPCC reports and pages that would give you the scientific consensus on climate.
Wonderful,
right,
wonderful.
Last question, Senator Roberts.
That's great. That's great. When you're replying, Mrs. Scadden, please give me the specific page number of the scientific proof, which is the empirical scientific data within logical scientific points proving cause and effect, and then please give me the specific impact of human carbon dioxide on any climate factor as policy basis.
Okay.
The specific location.
That is noted.
Noted. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Scadden.
Thank you, Ms.
Have a good
Scadden.
evening.
Deputy Chair's got a couple of short follow-up questions and then we'll finish up.
Thank you, Chair. Charlotte, I just wanted to just go back to regulatory approaches that are being considered or at least discussed. Given that the EU is the bulk of your current constituency on this, as in terms of signatories, are there discussions going on internally now around tech platform regulations and what kind of approaches might be most effective in combating misinformation, the spread of misinformation and disinformation?
Well, I mean, as I said, I think, for the EU countries, that they already have
scheduled to be disconnected automatically in 10 minutes.
Okay. Sorry, I don't know if you could hear that, but I was just being told I'm going to be disconnected. So anyway, I think that, and of course this is broader, I would say, than climate information integrity, right?
Yeah.
I mean, their regulatory mechanisms look at the information ecosystem and space more broadly. And as I said, very much are human rights-based regulation that focus on transparency and then accordingly accountability. So I think, that is all for us, encouraging, and we're looking very closely at how the DSA is being rolled out and the impacts. I will say, though, that, regulation, human rights-based regulation is important, but as I said earlier, regulation takes time, and it takes time to implement. So that is why it is one kind of strand of action that is needed, right? But we need to kind of complement regulatory measures we also need all of the other actions I've talked about, including, effective communications and multi-stakeholder coalitions.
Absolutely, I agree. It has to be multifaceted. One last question. Given this, your work is focused on climate misinformation and disinformation, climate integrity, information in that space. What are the implications of this work on other important areas that are vulnerable, like public health, for example, or electoral interference, scams, extremism even? There would absolutely be synergies here. Have you done any thinking on this?
Yeah, absolutely. And in fact, I don't just work on climate information integrity. I work across the board on all the different key priorities for the UN, including those that you just mentioned. And we see a lot of synergies. We see links not only in the tactics being used by different actors, the way that the information ecosystem is being undermined for many different thematic issues and in many different geographic settings. But we also see a lot of alignment in terms of the solutions, right? So, when looking at effective solutions to strengthen climate information integrity, you're also going to be able to use those around elections, right? And use those around gender disinformation and targeting harassment of women. Use those around targeting of other vulnerable communities, including refugees, for instance. So, we do a lot of work around peacekeeping settings, the UN's peacekeeping missions. And what's so interesting is, we see, again, a lot of the same tactics being used, right? The digital space being used in very similar ways. The kind of narrative structures can be quite similar, shockingly similar, actually, even across different issue areas. So it's a kind of like, idea that it's elites trying to either control the weather or, act in a way to undermine the interests of local people. That kind of narrative structure can be applied to many different issues. So we're working actually really closely with colleagues across the world and across these different thematic areas so that we don't have a siloed approach and that we can share the research and learnings that we have to make sure that we're addressing this effectively. And also, as I said, sometimes it's the same actors, right, or who are harnessing climate change as a wedge issue. They're also using gender and, targeting women. They're also targeting other vulnerable groups. And you mentioned health, they might also be putting out health disinformation. Sometimes we kind of segment them in our minds, but they're not always.
Thank you very much. It sounds like you're developing cross-cutting solutions. Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Ms. Scanlon, just a last question for me, just out of interest. Our intelligence agencies here, in terms of kind of the fact they do take disinformation as a serious threat on a number of levels to be able to cause harm, and they kind of target disinformation and inauthentic behaviour, which could be malicious state actors or others. Has there been much discussion at the UN level around, in terms of governments participating in this, around the use, the involvement of intelligence agencies and their resources in this regard?
Not specifically intelligence agencies, but I couldn't say, right, from the government side exactly who's working on this issue. But governments have expressed a strong interest in trying to, use the different expertise at their disposal to understand the information landscape better, for sure. And I think that's something they're quite open about often. But we are looking at how we can understand the information landscape, monitor what's going on, try to assess trends. That's really important, and governments certainly have been doing that for quite a long time.
Yes, I noticed the UK, the BBC recently made some comments about wanting more budget, including around national security, to deal with disinformation because they're struggling with it. So, thank you so much for appearing today, Ms. Scadden, and for all the great work you've done, and all the best to you and your team and the initiative. And we'll look forward to keeping in touch with you on how it's all going.
Thank you so much, and I'll follow up with some of the information that I referenced earlier.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Right, take care.
Bye.
Bye.
So I now welcome a representative of Digital Industry Group. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
My name is Dr. Jennifer Duxbury, and I am the Director of Policy, Regulatory Affairs and Research for the Digital Industry Group, Inc., Digi for short.
Thank you. Would you like to make a short opening statement and then senators will ask some questions?
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair and Senators, I thank you for the opportunity to appear today. The Digital Industry Group developed and administers the Australian Code of Practice on disinformation and misinformation. Our core aim is to establish a clear, voluntary regulatory framework for addressing mis and disinformation online with effective governance and informal oversight by the ACMA. The Code was launched in February 2021 following a request from the Australian Government for the digital industry to develop a voluntary code on disinformation. It has currently been signed by 8 major platforms: Apple, Adobe, Google, Meta, Microsoft, Redbubble, TikTok and Twitch. The Code includes mandatory commitments for signatories to implement policies to reduce the spread of harmful content and provide annual independently attested transparency reports. It also includes a range of opt-in commitments, for example, around the transparency of political advertising, which signatories adopt where relevant to their business model. Crucially, the Code regulates verifiably false factual claims, misinformation and disinformation that poses a credible and serious threat of harm to society, like to our democratic processes, public health, the environment or our elections. It does not target political opinion or policy debate. We recognise that tackling mis and disinformation online is an evolving challenge, and we are committed to continuous stakeholder-informed improvement, with our second major review of the Code currently underway. Finally, we emphasise that the Code is a voluntary, systematic risk reduction measure that aims to reduce the reach and amplification of harmful mis and disinformation. It is not a comprehensive solution to the problem. An effective response requires collaboration across the entire digital ecosystem between platforms, government, regulators, political parties, academia and civil society, amongst others. Digi welcomes ongoing dialogue on this important topic. We support responsive, proportionate and effective multi-pronged policy solutions that respond to the complexity of the problem. Thank you again for the opportunity to assist with your inquiries.
Thank you, Dr. Duxbury, and appreciate you appearing here today. I suppose I've got some fairly broad brush questions to ask you, not just in relation to your submission, but I've also looked at your 2025 discussion paper and your 2021 proposal as well. I think in your discussion paper, you make the point that originally the Code looked at disinformation and then misinformation was added to that.
Yes.
And your suggestion in the 2025 discussion paper was that you felt, your members felt a focus on disinformation was the way to go. Like, is it?
No, that's incorrect.
I've been reading that?
I'm afraid that's incorrect, Senator.
Okay.
Yes.
So could you?
We posed a question as to whether misinformation should be retained in the Code, and in that discussion paper, you will see that we have cited various arguments for and against retention, but it was an open question,
Okay.
not a recommendation by our members
Right.
that we proceed in that direction.
Okay, so let's deal with it being an open question that you raised the issue. So what was the motivation for raising that? Is it because misinformation is difficult to monitor and to regulate?
So a lot of the reason for raising the question, as we stated in the paper, was that there was an attempt to introduce legislation in Parliament on combating mis and disinformation. And that was very contentious legislation. There were tens of thousands of submissions on that topic. And there was considerable pushback from a large number of people on whether this regulation should proceed. And a lot of that centred on the difficulty of actually defining accurately what we should be trying to target as the subject matter of regulation. So that's why, primarily why the question was asked. But I can tell you that we have considered the submissions that we've received, and we have decided to retain misinformation in the code.
Okay. Are you able to tell us how your members distinguish between disinformation and misinformation? Obviously, misinformation starts as disinformation somewhere. Someone with an agenda spreading something that's not factually correct, or say credibly not factually correct under your definition. So how does it? How do your members distinguish between the two? Is there software you can use, or is there a process you go through?
So let me just back up for a minute and just talk about how we've defined this in the code, because the definitions that we arrived on in the code represent a consensus about what it is that we're purporting to address via the mechanisms in the code. So as I stated, we're talking about verifiably false or misleading information. And then it has to meet a particular threshold, and the threshold for that is there needs to be, a credible threat of serious harm. And then we have specific harms that we are talking about here. They're largely societal type threats. So that's the definition that we've arrived on. Now, it actually is quite difficult just to look at something online and distinguish from whether that is mis or disinformation as a member of the public.
Yeah.
But, and it's also quite difficult to ascertain the motivations of someone in making a post. So we distinguish disinformation by reference to inauthentic behaviours. So inauthentic behaviours are really behaviours which are quite visible to platforms, on the back end, and can be picked up, for example, via algorithms, that are attempting to, manipulate online discourse. And so an example would be trying to shut down a particular expression of an opinion, or to artificially amplify a particular opinion.
Dr. Duxbury, we've received a lot of evidence that the use of inauthentic behaviours like bots and trolls is kind of core to climate disinformation. Would that classify under your definitions of inauthentic behaviour? Would there be any examples of where your members have taken down climate-related content based on the inauthentic behaviour?
So I don't have
described?
specific examples of climate disinformation, but there are many examples of campaigns which are coordinated inauthentic behaviour, and many of our members, particularly the social media companies, publish quarterly transparency reports about those campaigns and what they do about them.
Are you able to say if any of those transparency reports published have named up climate disinformation as being inauthentic behaviour they've taken down?
I can't say. You'd be best to ask relevant members about that because I haven't read all of
Sure.
them. I've read some of them.
I understand they will be appearing the week after next, so we can put more detailed questions to them on that. Could I just, once again, a broad brush question. You mentioned the code regulates verifiably false factual claims, misinformation and disinformation that pose a credible and serious threat of harm to society, like our democratic processes, public health or the environment. Would you consider climate denial, attempts to, discourses of delay, attempts to undermine climate action as a credible threat to the environment, to, public health, to democratic processes? Would your members consider that? I mean, once again, there's a lot of evidence that we've received. You've probably seen we've had hundreds and hundreds of submissions, a lot of evidence from experts all around the world that say that that is the case. Do your members recognise attempts to undermine climate action as a credible threat to democratic processes and public health and the environment?
Thank you for that question, Senator. It's a very broad question, and it's very hard for me to give you an answer on such a broad question.
It's a broad definition.
What I can say is that in particular contexts, yes, okay. I think that it would fall within those definitions. But obviously, whether a particular statement online will fall within those definitions is very much context dependent. So I can't give you a simple answer to that question. And different companies, will have different moderation practices in terms of how they would address that.
In your letter to us, you then, after that statement that I've just read out about what verifiably false factual claims, you said it does not target political opinions or legitimate policy debate. And Senator Canavan raised this in his earlier question, and it is a very important question to this inquiry. Do your members accept that political opinions or legitimate policy debate can still be disinformation and misinformation? Because it sounds from your, this is my interpretation, Dr. Duxbury. I kind of interpret that as saying, it feels to me like your members through this submission are saying that if it's political debate, it's kind of excluded.
So that's an interesting perspective that you have on what I've said here. As the code states, we think, and it is an important principle of the code and actually an important principle of our democracy, that people are able to speak freely, particularly on matters of public concern.
Like harm to the environment from climate change?
On policy questions and what is the right policy response to climate change, which is obviously, as we know, a very important social issue, but one that is quite contentious. So we acknowledge the importance of freedom of speech, and we ask in the code that members seek to take a proportionate response to the problem. So that's a balancing act, is what I would say. So it is important, obviously, to address mis and disinformation online, and platforms make a commitment to do so, and they publish annual transparency reports about what they're doing. We now have 5 cycles of transparency reports under the code, which show that they take this issue very seriously and that they are responding.
So and I accept it's a wicked problem, especially around policy debate and legitimate political debate. But to give you an example of something that I've kind of looked at over the years is disinformation or misinformation around extreme weather events. We've had a number of examples internationally provided to us of what look like malicious disinformation campaigns around floods, fires, the LA fires recently. There's been a case study provided to us. and who knows what the motivations of the people behind these or the organisations behind these kind of campaigns are, but they do they do make it difficult for first responders on the ground and a whole range of things. Have your members noted those kind of disinformation campaigns in the climate space?
So I think I previously answered the question that they take action against inauthentic behaviour, and they take action against inauthentic behaviour, regardless of, whether the narratives are of one kind or another kind, right? So they take action about that, and they publish transparency reports on that, and I think I've directed you to those. So they're available, they're published quarterly.
So in terms of the taking action, just to go to your 2025 discussion paper, you do mention on page 8, you talk about the key features of the code. Mm-hmm. You mentioned additionally there are a series of opt-in commitments that signatories adopt if relevant to their business model. Outcome 2 was addressing disinformation in paid content. Outcome 3 was addressing fake bots and accounts. So addressing fake bots and accounts just is not necessarily inauthentic behaviour. That's kind of, I'm just a little...
Not necessarily, no, because it
Okay.
won't necessarily be, but there still is a separate commitment there, and I believe that all of the signatories to the code have accepted that commitment to the extent it's relevant to their businesses.
But is there a threshold question? Is it a threshold question then that the kind of primary part of the code for them to take down inauthentic behaviour is it's a harm threshold? Like this is opt-in. Like if we're talking about bots and trolls, which is part of our terms of reference. I'm just trying to get an idea on why one's an opt-in and one's a core component around inauthentic behaviour.
Because not all the signatories operate platforms on which those sorts of activities are present.
Right. Okay. Could I ask, in terms of that outcome 4 is transparency around source of content in news and factual information, and I understand there is a range of different, and political advertising is outcome 5, and 6 is partnering with third-party groups. And I understand there is a difference of approach from different groups. Is it fair to say there's been this has been reported on in the media, so I'm happy for you to give us your members' view on this. Is it fair to say there's been a move away from, for example, that outcome 5 around fact-checking across different digital platforms?
No, I don't think that is necessarily correct in terms of the Australian context, but not all signatories to the code utilise fact-checking. Some do. In addressing misinformation in particular, signatories have a range of different strategies, and those are, they're tailored to the needs of their particular platform. So they include, for example, they do include fact-checking and labelling in some cases. They would include removal of content that violates policies. They include deprioritising content that's classified as misinformation and feeds so that it can't go viral, or taking other steps to prevent content going viral. And they would include prioritising authoritative sources of information. So it depends on the signatory. That's why we have transparency reports that set that out. Okay.
And has there been... actually, I'll come back to you if I get time for additional questions on this area. I just want to talk about another key theme that's been put to us in evidence is around, I suppose, the use of algorithms. Mm-hmm. I think the head of ASIO in a speech here called them agro-rhythms, which I thought was an interesting categorisation of algorithms targeting engagement, so therefore... or driving it, seeking engagement, and therefore contentious issues can be amplified. Do your members accept the kind of the proposition that that algorithms can, that, you know, essentially they're monetising kind of outrage on social media, and this is relevant to obviously the climate debate, where we've seen you, in your own submission, you talk about it being contentious. Do you feel like, do your members accept that this is a core component of what we need to look at?
So, first of all, as you know, and as you've seen in the code, there is a commitment that signatories to the code make that they will take steps to prevent or limit the monetisation of mis and disinformation online. So that is an important commitment, and they provide transparency about the efforts that they make in that respect. Secondly, the proposition that digital platforms want to monetise misinformation, or that they that their business models fuel misinformation. I'm just going to say that I disagree with that proposition. So it is very much in our members' interests to ensure that that doesn't happen. I mean, advertisers don't want their content associated with misinformation content online. So I disagree.
Okay. Well, it's just that you, in your 2025 discussion paper, you mention research that you quote from Resolve Strategic on Digi's behalf, which was from 2022. You say there's no consensus in the Australian community on the meaning of misinformation. Research also suggests Australia's assessment of whether material concerning politically contentious topics such as the effects of climate change is misinformation or truthful, and that they're sharply divided according to their allegiance to political parties. And I note you've used climate change as an example there. That's why
yes.
That's why I wanted to raise it.
We tested that.
Okay. Do you agree it's a bit of a chicken and egg thing? I mean, it's contentious, and yes, it's polarised, and it can be very tribal. But haven't your members' platforms contributed to that and played a role in? I mean, obviously I use social media and platforms, as I know all my colleagues here do today, but isn't it fair to say that in an issue like climate change, it is very polarised and contentious because of the content that's shared on social media, without necessarily any checks and balances?
Well, there's a lot of statements that you've made there, Senator, and I'm not sure that I probably should have taken a note of each of them, because they're all quite contentious from my perspective. So let's just go to the first statement. Yes, there is research that Digi commissioned from Resolve Strategic, and we wanted to understand Australians' perceptions and attitudes about misinformation specifically. And yes, what we found was that Australians have very different views as to what those terms mean. Some people think that it is the statement of an opinion about a political issue without evidence to back it up. Some people think it's just a false statement. Some people think it's a false statement deliberately made. So there is a wide difference of opinion on that issue. We did want to see how people respond to particular statements online, just to have an understanding as to why they might respond to a particular piece of content that could be classified as misinformation. So one of the pieces of content that we gave them was an article in The Guardian newspaper, which I think quoted a climate scientist as saying that we'll see global warming by 2 degrees within 5 years. So that was an example. And it was an interesting one because we could with that statement in particular, we could pretty accurately correlate whether people classified that as misinformation or factually correct. We could map that to their political affiliations. So that's the first thing that I would say. I would also say that what the meaning of these terms is quite contentious within the Australian Parliament, as I understand it as well. So there is no consensus as to what those terms mean within academia, within the community, and within this Parliament, is my understanding.
Would you recommend the Australian Government adopts a unified and acceptable definition then, as a recommendation? We've received a number of definitions across academia.
Yes, you will have received many, I'm sure. That's why it makes it such a difficult issue.
There's generally only one or two of them, and they're pretty straightforward. Would you recommend that the Australian Government does adopt a universal definition, like the UN definition, for example?
I don't have a specific recommendation about what the Australian Parliament should do in this issue. We're quite agnostic about what is the best way forward. We have come up with a definition in the voluntary code, which we think is a good one and which is fit for the purpose for which the code was designed.
Okay, just look, two more quick questions for me. You also mentioned that, you've just alluded to it, political elites also playing an important part in amplifying false narratives online, and I totally agree with that.
As do news organisations.
So this is going to be my question, because I notice you've talked about a whole of ecosystem approach to this, which I'm interested in. Obviously, and we've put this to the CEO of News Limited when we had our last hearings, because they were complaining about their content being shared online. And look, firstly, news organisations have a voluntary code of conduct around fact-checking before they produce content. I don't always agree with what I read. In fact, sometimes I wonder where it gets lost, especially in the climate debate. But something as simple as fact-checking, like if Donald Trump calls the climate change a hoax and it's all over the newspapers and then is being spread online by political interests, isn't there given we have consensus on the science around climate change, the evidence is overwhelming that we are in climate change and we need to take action. Don't you feel like your members have an obligation to at least provide community notes or fact check that kind of thing?
So I accept that it is really important that digital platforms take action here. How they do it, they can do it in a variety of different ways, and they need to be able to have the flexibility to do it in ways that work for their platforms. So I don't necessarily think that, one particular solution is the right solution across the board. It really depends on the platform.
Okay. But with your suggestion of like a whole of ecosystem approach, and you do mention kind of mainstream media, you think the more emphasis should be placed on the creation of content that then gets shared, like newspaper articles or headlines, in terms of dealing with misinformation at that point? Is that what your members are recommending?
We haven't made any recommendations about what news organisations should do, and indeed we have exempted professional news organisations from the code. Yep. One of the reasons for that is I myself worked for a very, very long time for, I would say, one of the world's most reputable sources of news, Reuters. And I felt it was really important that we allow news organisations to decide, how they should address this issue. And they do so to some limited extent, I would say, in codes of practice. I would say that they could also do a lot more on that front. But I don't purport to tell them what to do. That really is a matter for them.
No, I understand. Okay, I'll go to the Deputy Chair for some questions.
Thank you, Dr Duxbury. How do you measure the effectiveness of your industry code, which is albeit only 5 years old, with respect to misinformation, disinformation, particularly around climate, because that's the subject of this inquiry?
Yeah. So I'll say a couple of things about this topic. So first of all, measuring what degree of misinformation there is or disinformation there is in the ecosystem whether that's the digital ecosystem or the information ecosystem more broadly in Australia, is exceptionally difficult, and no one has yet come up with a foolproof and reliable way of doing that. I think I recently read something from the Carnegie Institute that pointed out that it took economists something like 100 years to work out what might be good economic indicators, and we're just at the beginning of trying to come to grips with what this phenomenon is and what we should do about it. So it's coming up with metrics as to how we actually assess how bad this problem is or what its impacts are is an incredibly difficult area. However, that said, it is important that we are able to show that this code is working, and I believe that it is. And we do that in a variety of ways. So, first of all, a key component of the code is the publication of annual transparency reports. The process for developing those reports was developed with the assistance of our first independent expert, Hal Crawford, and he helped design a set of best practice reporting guidelines. And we have a process every year where signatories submit their transparency reports to the independent reviewer, who's now Sean Davies, and that person checks a number of the claims that are made in those reports to see that they're accurate, and also works with the signatories to improve the quality of the reporting year on year. And I think we have seen improvements in the quality of reporting, and I think that's acknowledged by the ACMA. So we have this independent review process, and it is designed to improve the quality of the reporting year on year. In addition, we have a committee which has been established to provide advice and input on the code. It includes 3 independent members. They're very respected members of the community. And then we also have a complaints process which is set up where people can actually make complaints about, for example, the accuracy of claims that are made in the transparency report, and those complaints are heard by the independent committee. And then lastly, of course, we have the ACMA providing an informal oversight role, and every year they publish reports about how they see the code progress. And then we have review processes. One is going on right now where we seek feedback from stakeholders.
Okay, thank you for walking us through the process. But I guess the question is the effectiveness of this code. Right now, with respect to misinformation and disinformation, I put it to you that your code is merely a fig leaf for information integrity. And that is evidenced by the fact that the United Nations has only a few months ago stood up a coalition to combat this problem globally. The European Union has now activated its Digital Services Act. And in Australia, we have stood up this climate integrity Senate inquiry. How do these 3 then square with your assessment that the code is effective in combating misinformation and disinformation?
So with respect, Senator, I think I made very clear at the outset that we don't consider this to be a silver bullet to the problem. It's a voluntary, systems-based measure, and it is having an impact on reducing the amplification of mis and disinformation online. And you shake your head, and yet, as I've just pointed out, we do not have clear metrics that enable us to measure the extent of mis and disinformation online. And why is that? Well, one of the reasons is that we don't have a consensus about what those terms mean. So to even begin to work out how we would measure this problem, we would have to have a consensus definition, and then we'd have to have an accurate way of actually taking a snapshot daily of what's happening on the world's information ecosystem, and that's just not really possible, is it? So I'm going to say I disagree with you there. I don't think that that's fair. I think in terms of what the code was designed to do, it is working, and I think I've given you a good explanation as to why that is.
Could I just ask a clarification point, Doctor? You said we don't have consensus. Do you mean the tech companies you're representing, or are you talking about government or just
Governments
society?
don't have consensus, the community doesn't have consensus, academics don't have consensus. I doubt we have consensus in this room as to what those terms mean.
Well,
that
doesn't mean there isn't an appropriate definition. I mean,
no, it doesn't mean there isn't, but we don't have agreement as to what that might be. And until you have agreement, you can't measure the phenomenon, can you?
Well, I'll let the Deputy Chair go. Yeah.
So just returning to this issue that you've raised earlier on inauthentic behaviour, particularly coordinated inauthentic behaviour, can you just step us through the actions the industry, your members take in disrupting coordinated inauthentic behaviour networks, troll and bot farms?
Mm-hmm. So I think the best thing that I could do there, Senator, is first of all I would direct you to the transparency reports which set out exactly what they do around tackling inauthentic behaviour. I mean, they do that via a variety of ways. They use algorithms to try and determine whether, for example, if an account with the same sort of geographic location is rapidly propagating the same narrative as a range of other accounts with the same geographic indication, and they have metadata on that, that will send a signal to them that that's something that needs to be probably removed. So that's an example, but I'm not the technical expert on this, so there is a lot more technical detail provided by their quarterly reports, which are available on their websites. So
algorithms, do they take down the ads? Is there, what sort of content moderation approaches?
So when inauthentic behaviour is detected, the response is generally to take down an account.
Right. And do you have a sense of the scale of that sort of account removal?
It's reported in their transparency reports, Senator.
You're the representative. You've overseen.
I don't have the numbers in front of me, and they are big numbers, and they will vary in relation to each of the signatories and also to our members. So I don't have those numbers in front of me, Senator. But I can refer you to those reports where you will find that information.
Are you familiar with the work of Reset Tech Australia and their report Dormant Danger?
I'm familiar with the think tank Reset Australia. I'm not sure whether it's still currently operating.
Are you familiar with that particular report, Dormant Danger, which looked at coordinated inauthentic behaviour with respect to scams and political
that was some time ago, wasn't it?
Interference.
Was that some time ago? What
was it was a few years ago, but it's publicly available. And
but what year was it, please, Senator?
I'm not sure, but I think it was 2022. But I'd have to check that. But that report basically outlined that one particular company, Meta, does not do enough to remove networks of accounts that are driving inauthentic behaviour, that it tends to focus on the ads but does very little to pull down the accounts. The accounts were in the millions. And they describe these as dormant accounts that are activated to push misinformation, disinformation, and influence elections or push financial scams.
Sorry, what's the question, Senator?
So the question I have is, are you familiar with this report, one? And has the industry responded to this particular report and the allegations?
Senator, you
in
haven't
that?
yet given me the date of this report. I'm not aware of what the date.
All right, I don't think we need to
I don't have it in front of me.
Dr.
I can't assess
Duxbury.
the quality of that report.
I've given you the name of the report and Reset Tech Australia. You're obviously familiar with them,
Yes,
but
I'm
you're
familiar
clearly
with
not
them.
familiar with the contents of this report. That's fine. That's fine. If you want to
But
obfuscate,
what I
that's fine.
can say.
You can take it on notice.
No,
you can take it on notice.
You haven't really given me a clear question. Am I familiar with the report? I may have read it at some stage. I can't recollect. I think it would be helpful to know the date of the report because the code was only implemented in 2021. So if you're talking about a report that predates the code, I'm not, I won't have any knowledge of that particular report. I didn't work for Digi at that stage, by the way. So I just can't answer that question. But what I can say is that all of the signatories to the code do take combating inauthentic behaviour very seriously, and how they do that is outlined in their annual transparency reports, and it's outlined also on additional reports that they publish quarterly on their website.
Can you? We're now in the age of AI, and there is a lot of concern with regards to doctored content, politicised content, and it's almost impossible now for people to distinguish between fact versus fiction because of generative AI. What sort of steps is the industry taking to address this so-called AI slopaganda that is now surging on these platforms?
So I will briefly speak to that. So I do acknowledge that there is a lot of concern about generative AI and the potential of generative AI to produce false content or content that is misleading. And that what we have seen across the transparency report is that, particularly the last two sets of transparency reports, is that the code signatories are taking that extremely seriously and that they are implementing multiple and different types of measures to tackle that threat. So there are different ways that they do that. One important initiative is the Content Provenance Initiative, and a number of the signatories have signed up to that. That helps label the provenance of material, helps you identify whether it is material that has either been created by AI or has been artificially manipulated by AI. I think they've also detailed changes that they've made around their policies regarding the use of AI and how they use AI to remove problematic content as well. So that's just one example. But again, I would refer you to the transparency reports because there's a great deal of more information there.
I'm just going to rotate the call, Doctor, but could I just ask, do they detect the use of AI by their own kind of software, or do they use AI to detect AI? Is that how does it work?
So things like, so it depends how you define AI, but yes. In short, right. I believe so, yes. You can use AI to identify, well, you can use AI, for example, to identify whether there are bots spewing out activity on an account, and those bots are often AI-driven, so that's an example.
Okay, thanks. Senator Canavan.
Look, thank you, Chair. I realise Dr. Duxbury, yep, sorry,
Duxbury.
Just struggling to read that there, but I realise that the topic of climate misinformation is not exactly your expertise, so I might instead go back to a little bit of history where social media companies have had experience with attempts to censor or remove misinformation from their platforms. In particular, in the last few years during the COVID pandemic, there was a significant attempt by governments to involve themselves in removing misinformation. The federal government here in Australia spent $10 million, thanks to revelations in the Senate, sought by my colleague Alex Antich. The federal government spent $10 million seeking to censor over 4,000 social media posts during COVID. Has your organisation or your members reviewed that experience and come to any conclusions about its merit or otherwise?
It's a really important point that you make, Senator. So, the climate, what happened in the COVID pandemic was an extraordinary situation. We prepared the code pretty much at the beginning of the pandemic, actually, sort of at that point in time. And at that time, the first draft that we proposed was on disinformation, because that's what the government asked us to address. And we were put under, obviously, and our members were put under a lot of pressure, and there was strong degree of pressure to include misinformation in the code. Obviously, we did so, and I think that was a good thing, by the way. But I think the pandemic does highlight some of the challenges, and also I think it does give us useful information on what might be the best policy responses here. And, I think, yes, there were a lot of content was taken down in the pandemic. I think that's fair to say. I mean, an example would be claims that the pandemic was caused by a leak from a lab in Wuhan. That's an example. I would expect that quite a few platforms would have taken down that sort of content. So looking back at that experience and now knowing what we know, then maybe that wasn't the optimal response in that particular case. One of the things, though, that the platforms experimented with during the pandemic, and I think that it worked quite well, was to point people to more authoritative, and I'm going to say more authoritative because I'm not going to say absolutely authoritative, but what we would say would be more authoritative sources of information. And that was, in that case, that was public health information. So I think there are lessons to learn from the pandemic experience.
Look, thanks for that. And I might just go to some examples. As I mentioned, the Department of Home Affairs had a database of over 4,000 social media posts that they sought social media companies to censor during the COVID pandemic. One was a tweet in April 2021, going to the topic you just raised, which said that COVID-19 was released or escaped from the Wuhan laboratory in China, and that it was funded by the US government. That was the Department of Home Affairs claimed at the time that this was explicitly prohibited under Twitter's rules because, and I quote from the Department of Home Affairs, invokes a deliberate conspiracy by malicious and or powerful forces. Of course, we now know that to be effectively the consensus position of almost all authorities of what happened. Another one was a tweet that the Department of Home Affairs sought removed, said the COVID-19 vaccine does not prevent COVID-19 infection or COVID-19 transmission. No, exactly that to be true. The Department of Home Affairs also a tweet by a professor of medicine at the Harvard Medical School, Martin Kulldorff. This was what he tweeted in March 2021, and I quote, "For old high-risk people, COVID-19 is a nasty bug. That is why the Global Declaration argues for focused protection through basic public health measures instead of the ineffective lockdowns that have utterly and predictably failed to protect the old." For that crime, the Department of Home Affairs claimed that he was criticising lockdowns and should have his statements removed. Don't these examples just highlight the difficulty here in appointing government bureaucrats, in this case the Department of Home Affairs, to be somehow the judge and jury over what is true and not, even going to the extent of seeking to censor the views of a professor of medicine at the Harvard Medical School?
So, Senator, thank you for your question. I mean, I think what the example that I've given highlights is that our understanding of important issues is often a work in progress. It evolves over time. So it is very difficult for anyone to be the arbiter of truth on particular issues. It's not a role that anyone, I think, particularly wants, which is not an argument to say that the issue shouldn't be addressed or that platforms shouldn't be taking responsibility for the material on their platforms. But it can be difficult, and it can be difficult to determine what is the right response as well. So as I've said to you, in the pandemic, there was a lot of material that was taken down. I'm not sure that would necessarily be... I think there are learnings from that there are other ways of addressing misinformation of particular kinds, and that's that's one of the things. That's one of the reasons that the code, I think, is quite good, because it allows platforms to take into account these learnings and to make adjustments to their policies and to make adjustments to their responses to the issue.
So, I suppose another question here is, I'll just raise some other point. There was in those database of 4,000 posts, there were 72 separate social media posts which made claims about the AstraZeneca vaccine. One here, the Department of Home Affairs said this post specifically warns against taking AstraZeneca and therefore it should be censored. Within a year or two, the Australian government had removed approval for the AstraZeneca vaccine. And they were censoring posts that were warning about that subsequently became clear they were right. Those posts were right, even according to the Australian government. I suppose the issue here is, have social media companies reviewed and reflected on their association here with the government, or their cooperation? Because along with those posts, there was a series of emails released, some of them very heavily redacted, but some emails released to the Senate. I've got one here as an example where Twitter was in discussions with the Department of Health in this case, and the person from Twitter, their names are all censored and that's fine, but the person from Twitter says, "Thanks so much for your collaboration and partnership here. It's so important that Australians and other people living in Australia can easily identify credible information about the vaccines. Please let us know if you have any other questions at all, and I'll be happy to discuss." I get really concerned when media organisations, and you are social media organisations, are working so cooperatively with governments to censor the views of individual Australians. You both of the other parties, there's three parties in this relationship: the big government, the big social media companies, and a small Australian just seeking to have their voice heard through a Facebook community group. Whole groups were banned through this process, like Facebook community groups were completely banned. So isn't there a problem here in having large organisations conspire against smaller people who have no power? Have you reflected at all on how close social media companies seem to came to government during the COVID pandemic?
Thanks for the question, Senator. Look, I don't have any visibility of the exchanges that might have occurred between particular social media companies and the government over the pandemic. I don't have any information, unfortunately, that I can share with you about that question. It's really a question that's probably best put to individual companies that can speak to what sort of engagements that they had with government.
All right, thank you.
Just on Senator Canavan's question, my understanding is our security agencies also target inauthentic behaviour. Are you aware of the kind of level of cooperation between your members and our security agencies?
No, I don't have any information again on that. I mean, that wouldn't be information that they would be likely to give me,
Right.
the details
Sure.
on.
Yeah.
I think it would probably be quite sensitive information.
Okay, but with disinformation and malicious state actors as an example, there is a role there for obviously national security agencies to. They take the disinformation threat very seriously, so no doubt they have to work with your members. We can ask them that when we...
I'm sorry, I don't have that information, but I think I've pointed to you to the transparency reports that they publish that give you quite a lot of information about, how they go about tackling those sorts of issues.
Senator Darmanin?
In the interest of time, I'll try and be really quick. Just to follow on, I think you were very helpful in sort of stepping us through the process around the transparency reports and the independent oversight, etc. I just wondered, do you do any kind of then analysis or work with your members to then look at what will you do next and provide guidance and discussions with your members around what comes out of those transparency reports and independent analysis? or is it more just it's a kind of process thing and here's the information and that's it? Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm just interested in like what role you have.
What role do we have? Yeah, I can talk to that.
Like, this is really, discussion that's been very robust, and just wondering, like, what steps come next for Digi in those reports on an ongoing basis?
Yeah, so thank you for that question. So as part of the annual review process that's currently underway, we're looking at the transparency reporting process, and we're looking how we can improve that. We sought submissions on that. We've received a number of good submissions, including from the ACMA and various academic experts on that question. So we're actively working through looking at what improvements that we can make there. We also, there's a range of other activities that we do in relation to the code. So one of the things that I do is I prepare an annual report, and what I try and do with that is I try to synthesise some of the key insights that we're getting about, from the transparency reports. I try to make note of trends, for example. I think I mentioned the increasing focus on members on AI and generative AI and concerns around that, what they're doing to address that. Yeah. And I, this last year in that report, I also prepared a table that kind of summarises and shows you what work different members are doing, that's sort of like, common areas of work, for example, around AI or content removals or account removals or that sort of things. So I think that's kind of important because it helps communicate, what the work is that we're doing. I also work very closely with academic researchers in this area. We have an annual forum that we hold. I think pretty much every annual forum has had an academic focus to some extent. So we just had one where we heard speakers talking about some of the risks of AI and particularly bias in the way that AI might represent images of diverse communities online. So that was very interesting. And we also had a panel on the code review where we invited a researcher from the University of Technology Sydney and our independent reviewer to talk about some of the areas what we might be looking for change. So I would say we're looking at continuous improvement here, and we see that Digi as having a role as facilitating that.
And then does Digi kind of then come up with policy positions that reflect the membership, or it's more of a kind of process around gathering different options and ideas?
I think, so we kind of do try and separate the work that we do on codes from our advocacy work. So they're very different work streams in many ways, because when we work on the development of codes, we're being much more of a facilitator. I mean, we play a developmental role, but we're actively seeking feedback from diverse stakeholders. We want to take it, we need to take that into account. We need to respond to them as to why we're not doing. That's a different process. In our advocacy work, we do take policy positions, and I think we've been on record as saying that we support regulation that would provide the ACMA with a level of oversight of this code.
Yeah, okay. And just one final question. I did have some questions about the fact checkers, but you've talked about that a bit already with Senator Wish-Wilson. But I think you talked about, and I think it was in the context of the third-party fact checkers, and some of your members do and don't use them, and make decisions in various ways, and that it was about what was relevant to their platforms. And you said in ways that work for their platform.
Yes.
Like, what exactly does that mean? Is that the way it works in terms of what sort of platform it is, or what policy position they take? Like, what did you mean by that?
So what kind of platform it is does rather drive the the policies that they implement, and they are they're quite diverse, their policies. So I acknowledge that. So, for example, a platform like Redbubble, I'll give you that's an example. That's a platform that gives creatives a way of monetising their designs on things like T-shirts and cups and mouse pads and that sort of thing. That's a very different kind of platform to, and so the way that misinformation or disinformation could manifest on that platform is going to be very different to, say, some of the other platforms. So have a LinkedIn, for example, so that's a professional networking site. Again, the way that that kind of issue is likely to materialise in that environment would be different to how it would on TikTok.
Yeah.
So it does vary.
Yeah, but then do you have any insight into why, like, platforms that are similar, so say TikTok and Facebook, and the different approaches that they might have to the use of third-party fact-checkers?
I don't have any insight as to the differences between those particular companies, and I believe that they're going to be coming before this inquiry and be able to give evidence on that.
No worries. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Just before I go to Senator Roberts, I forgot to ask this question, Doctor. Do you have any information to the committee as to why X isn't signed up as a member of Digi? What explanation did they give?
To the code or to Digi?
To the code. To the code.
Yeah. So I can give you some information about that. So X was originally a signatory to the code, and a complaint was made about X just before the referendum, I believe, or during the course of the referendum, that they didn't meet their code commitment that was made by Reset Australia. So that complaint went through the Independent Complaints Committee, and it was determined that X wasn't meeting its obligations under the code. So so the ultimate sanction was removal from the code.
Okay, and that's one of the two that you mentioned in your 2025 submission, one of the two decisions the committee made?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. Senator Roberts?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms Duxbury, for being here. Verifiability is very important to you, and it's also very important in assessing whether something is misinformation or disinformation. Is that a fair understanding of what you've been saying?
So disinformation really, in practice, the hallmark of disinformation is this inauthentic behaviour, and there's code commitments around inauthentic behaviour to the extent that it poses a threat to the integrity of company systems, so they will act on it on that basis as well. So I would say that in answer, really the platforms will act on inauthentic behaviour, and generally the response will be to try and remove the source of that inauthentic behaviour. In relation to misinformation, the indicator there is the extent to which it is verifiably false, you're correct, and then also this additional threshold, which is that it's a credible and serious threat to particular societal goods.
Well, thank you for the clarification of what makes misinformation into disinformation. I appreciate that. But verifiability is the first step in both.
Yes.
You mentioned that the issue is polarising. Surely we've had the Liberals lose John Howard as Prime Minister due to the climate wars. We've had Kevin Rudd in the Labor Party then next lose his job under the climate wars. Gillard came in, she lost her job under the climate wars. Internally, both of them. Then we had Tony Abbott lose his job because of the climate wars within the Liberal Party. Then we had Malcolm Turnbull lose his job because of the climate wars. And there's still no agreed understanding in Parliament. So you point very handy at pointing out the polarising effect. Wouldn't it be a no-brainer if there was any hard empirical data supporting this, but no one's been able to provide it? If we had hard data from the proponents of climate change, then it would be all over. I'd be signed up and helping them.
Read the IPCC report. Yeah.
I have read them. I've read all 6 of them.
Okay, thank you for this question, Senator. I'm going to just sort of try and answer it this way. And please indulge me for a minute. So I think you know that I have a research degree. as it happens, my PhD was about the role of experts and evidence in highly polarised, contentious, value-laden political debates, and of course climate is the consummate example of that. There's a lot of very interesting research on it. I think one of the things that's really important is that we separate the science from the policy questions. So I think they're important things, and I do think that sometimes these things get conflated in a way that's actually not helpful. It's not helpful to scientists. It actually diminishes the work that they do. And it's not necessarily helpful for policy making either, because it sort of basically simplifies policy making as a simple matter of looking at the evidence and then you know what to do. And I don't think that that's correct. We don't elect scientists to Parliament. Well, Parliament doesn't delegate decision making on policy questions to science, and I don't think that scientists would be very happy if they did. So I think it's really important that we keep these issues somewhat separate.
Nonetheless, having heard what you just said, the first step or the basis for deciding the science and the policy has to be hard data.
I don't necessarily.
It's not the only factor.
I'm going to say I think that in an ideal world, which none of us live in, but I do believe that science is really, really critical to good political decision making. But I don't think that science is what is making the decisions here, and I don't think scientists should be making the decisions here, and I don't think that they actually do. I don't think that's what scientists do in relation to their research. They give us important information, and I think it's really important that we continue to support the important research that they do, and that we do everything we can to communicate that clearly and accurately, that we don't overstate what the client says and we don't understate it either. So I think that's important to protect the integrity of science, and I think it's also important in good policy making, in my opinion, and I'm sorry I've gone probably a little bit off-piste here, but I think you need to be informed by the science, but I think you also need to consider a whole range of other perspectives.
Thank you for that. We hear a lot about consensus. Is that a rational arbiter of misinformation and disinformation? And bearing in mind that ChatGPT, for example, one of the artificial intelligence tools, if we ask it to go out and get an answer to a question, it goes out and just trolls the internet and harvests crap. But if we ask ChatGPT version 4 in super rational mode, it goes out and just adopts a rational approach and collects sound data, makes a hell of a different analysis. Isn't the best arbiter of truth in the absence of understanding of the science, isn't the best arbiter free, open debate, apart from, say, violence, not considering that?
So thank you again for that question, Senator. It's a bit of an existential or philosophical question. It's one that I have certainly heard from in the many years that I worked with journalists about the importance of the free exchange of information, and the theory that the best measure of truth is the ability of a proposition to repeat itself or something of that nature. I've heard that, but I don't want to weigh in on whether that is the right way of looking at the world.
Thank you.
Yes, it is a very interesting philosophical question, Senator Roberts. You just want to make a quick point about the report.
Sorry, with the Reset Tech report, it was released last year, 2025.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Duxbury, for appearing here today. We really appreciate it. And any questions on notice, I think the committees would appreciate responses. Let me just give you the date for that. Fortnight, so yeah, a couple of weeks' time.
Thank you very much.
No worries, thank you. So we'll just have a very short 5-minute break. Just give everyone a chance to have... and then we'll reconvene at 20 past. 20 past. So we're suspending till 20 past. Just for you, Mr. Beaton, we'll kick off at 20 past. Apologies for the 5-minute delay.
No problem. Thank you.
Welcome a representative of the Australian Democracy Network via video teleconference. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Thank you. Andrew Beaton, Australian Democracy Network Campaign Director.
Would you like to make a short opening statement, Andrew, and then we'll ask you some questions?
Sure, thanks. Chair, committee members, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I would like to begin by acknowledging the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation as the traditional owners of the unceded lands on which I work. Australian Democracy Network works for a democracy that puts people and the planet first. This means having public debate that is informed, fair and diverse. We appear before you today because the foundation of that public debate, our shared reality, is being dismantled. Political philosopher Hannah Arendt warned in The Origins of Totalitarianism that the ideal subject of totalitarian rule is not a convinced ideologue, but people for whom the distinction between fact and fiction no longer exists. As noted in our submission, when a populace can no longer believe anything, their capacity for independent judgment is destroyed. We are seeing this destruction play out in real time regarding the climate crisis. We're no longer talking about organic differences of opinion, and we're talking about a coordinated information pipeline designed to protect corporate interests. This week, we saw articles showing how Australians for Prosperity received most of their funding last financial year from Coal Australia, Gina Reinhardt donating huge amounts of money to Advance, and the latest release of the Epstein files showing Steve Bannon saying just 2 days after the 2019 federal election that he, quote, had Clive Palmer do the $60 million anti-China and climate change ads, end quote. With this, we will provide a rare, unvarnished look at the machinery of climate disinformation in this country. The production of misinformation begins with the manufacturing of intellectual cover by think tanks and astroturf fronts that are disguised as community concern. In ADN's assessment, these are not grassroots voices, but industrial public relations campaigns. This intellectual cover is then funded, as we saw this week, which reveal the scale of the funder to proxy pipeline. When a major political advocacy group receives substantial funding, most of it dark money and the rest from wealthy industry figures, public disclosure suggests we are witnessing the financial capture of our political conversation. Finally, this messaging is disseminated and employed with tactical intent. Publicly available reports have revealed the scale of the anti-climate spending blitzes, which would indicate that the goal isn't necessarily to win seats, but to sow confusion so that meaningful policy becomes politically impossible. This confusion is not accidental, it is manufactured. And the era of trusting digital platforms to police themselves while profiting from this confusion is over. In ADN's opinion, we cannot wait another year for another review. In our submission, we have recommended 4 pathways to solution. The first is about implementing a national media literacy curriculum. The second is about enacting truth in political advertising laws federally. The third is about creating a legislative framework to regulate the upstream mechanisms of these digital platforms. And the fourth is around empowering ACMA to set mandatory industry standards and mandating radical transparency. We urge this Commission to move beyond inquiry and towards regulatory and legislative action. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Could I ask in relation to those the recommendations, the recommendation 3 and recommendation 4 that you've made, you as you just said, a new legislative framework is required to regulate social media platform effectively. Have you any views for the committee on I suppose a benchmark? Or maybe not a gold standard, but something that the Australian government should be looking at, especially in the context of the miss and dis bill being pulled in the last Parliament. For example, do you think the Digital Services Act in the EU is an appropriate kind of framework to begin with?
We do. We reference that in our submission as well.
Yep.
So the Digital Service Act, and there is no silver bullet to this kind of problem. I think we need to acknowledge that from the outset. But at the same time, I don't think we need to reinvent the wheel. The Digital Service Act I think does a good job, and granted it's new, but it does a good job at regulating that upstream or the supply side of the approach. To be clear, we're not talking about policing truth, but the DSA is, in our opinion, more about advocating for greater transparency and accountability. And I'm not sure how much the committee has gone through the DSA, but there are a couple of key points for us that we think are critical. The first would be around algorithmic transparency. We don't know currently why content is being shown to us, and that's something that the DSA addresses. The DSA also has within their algorithm provisions that people are allowed to opt out of having a personalised feed, and that's also a critical piece of legislation that we think should be reviewed. Another key point of the DSA that we agree with is around researcher access. So that's about having vetted researchers and vetted civil society organisations access to the data around these algorithms and what audiences are within these social platforms. Another piece is around ad transparency, which is critical as well. So that's around having clearly labelled ads and people being able to see explicitly why they're being served that ad and who that ad in particular is targeting. So the DSA, again, it's not a silver bullet, but I think it's a great approach. And it's definitely something that the Australian government should look towards. But it's not the only side. There are other things we mention in our submission as potential solutions.
And Andrew, look, you understand politics. Given the contentious nature of the previous Miss and Dis bill in the last Parliament, do you think an approach like the Digital Services Act that focuses on transparency and accountability would be politically contentious, or do you think it would be welcomed?
I think it'd be both.
Right.
I think any kind of approach is going to be contentious. I think, but it'd be welcomed by the population of Australia. When we talk about some of the levels of disengagement and people's fear of the influence of social media on our democracy and on our public discourse, I think it would be welcome. But I mean, judging by how some of the tech giants responded to the DSA's rollout and legislative process, you could be sure that there would be pushback.
Could you tell us a little bit more about that? About the pushback by the tech giants. I must admit, I'm not familiar with what happened there. Could you just give a really brief overview? Did they like challenge it in courts, or?
I'm unsure if they challenged it in courts, but I'm aware that the tech giants employ the same kind of PR models that other industry giants do when it comes to try and shape legislative outcomes that suit their profits, essentially.
Right. Okay. In terms of your recommendation 4, following up from a new legislative framework, but just before I move to point 4, I suppose it feeds into point 3. Is there anything that you think the Digital Services Act doesn't include that would still need to be looked at from a legislative point of view? Are there any specific things we could do legislatively immediately?
I mean, our issues with the Miss and Dis bill from 2024 were around that concept of industry self-regulation. We just think that's a failed model. So that would be key, which we have in point 4 of our submission around empowering ACMA to set mandatory industry standards, not voluntary industry standards. There are a couple of other points that we weren't particularly fond of. In our submission to this inquiry, we have that ACMA needs to have that kind of radical transparency by granting access to accredited researchers. I think that's pretty key, which wasn't included in the 2024 provisions. The other key one, I think, would be around a Commonwealth Human Rights Act. So when we talk about misinformation, we talk about disinformation, we talk about truth, we talk about freedom of speech. We are deep into the territory of human rights, and we do not have a Commonwealth Human Rights Act. So I think another critical first step would be to implement a Commonwealth Human Rights Act to protect those fundamental freedoms.
Okay, yeah, thank you, excellent. In point 4, you talk about giving ACMA as a proactive and transparent regulator the power to set and enforce mandatory standards to mitigate systemic disinformation risks. We heard from the previous witness, Digi, that the problem for them or their members in terms of the code is there's no consensus, I think was the word they may have used, as to what is disinformation and misinformation. Would you recommend the Australian government adopts a standard kind of unified definition of that? And is there anything contentious in your opinion about definitions around mis and dis?
Not in my mind.
No.
I think the definitions are pretty clear. I'm sure the government could work out a definition that suits most people. I think sowing confusion around what is a definition is an interesting approach.
Yeah, I sensed that it was that their kind of fallback position is it's disinformation's inauthentic behaviour. So
Yeah,
they don't necessarily know looking at motivations or content per se, but the use of especially bots, I suppose, and provenance of accounts and these kind of things. Do you have any views on whether those kind of? Unfortunately, I don't know much about tech, Andrew, and I'm not sure if you do. But do we have the tools available right now to detect these kind of things easily?
I would say that the platforms definitely do.
Okay.
The DSA rolled out in late 2024, I think. So we would not be asking these very large online platforms, as the DSA defines them, to create new systems or architecture to disclose these things. Those systems and architecture are built already because they have to comply with the DSA. So it would just be a matter of them bringing that architecture over into Australia. I would also like the DSA, and I think one of the strengths of the DSA is that it's not about this kind of notion of playing whack-a-mole with accounts or posts or content or opinions. It's about having a systemic approach. It's about not policing truth. It's about transparency and accountability. I think that's one of the critical features of the DSA.
Yes, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Andrew. With regards to just on that point, what elements of the DSA do you think we could adopt here in Australia? Because it speaks to your fourth point in your recommendations around strengthening ACMA's powers.
What could we adopt from the DSA in regard to ACMA?
Yeah, what elements do you think we could look at adopting that would be effective?
I would look at adopting all of those key elements that are in relation to very large online platforms and to see if they'd be effective. I know it rolled out in 2024. I think they're looking at an update this year. I could be correct there. But Australia is in that unique position that we could take the learnings from that rollout and from that legislative process in order to take forward steps here. I don't want to sound like a broken record, but again, we wouldn't need to reinvent that wheel. We could use their learnings.
Sure. Just to take you back to your submission, you described a system. I wondered if you could map out for us some of the actors in that system that are complicit in misinformation, disinformation, and if you have names, by all means, share them with us. You have mentioned Australians for Prosperity and Reckless Renewables, but would be interested in any others that you might have.
I mean, a lot of them have been covered in the media this week, so it's probably not super helpful for me to run down a list of names. But from ADN's perspective, we would just see these efforts, this misinformation, I'd probably refer more specifically to disinformation, as just another methodology within what we call state capture, or what we refer to as state capture. These are public influencing campaigns at broad, large scale, highly sophisticated, funded by typically, I would say, fossil fuel industries, but also gambling industries. It could be firearm industries. It could be any particular industry. But it is their objective to sow confusion. It is their objection to delay change. And they would take any approach available to them, I believe, within this disinformation space, like bot farms, like troll accounts, like everything else that's been covered here, astroturfing in particular. All of these are approaches that they will employ in order to do exactly that, to delay change, to maximise their profits. And this is not a new phenomenon. I'm sure it's been reported at length in this committee and internationally.
For sure.
I'm not sure how helpful it would be to list out a full list of names, but if you want to take that,
you can take it on notice if you like and supply it to the committee. That would be helpful because it helps us triangulate our data from different witnesses. You mentioned astroturfing groups. This is a vexed issue, right? What kind of regulatory approaches do you think the committee could consider with respect to dealing with astroturfing groups, particularly around elections?
Around elections, I think point 2, correct me if I'm wrong, but we talk about truth in political advertising. And truth in political advertising legislation, excuse me if I go at length about this, but it's something I'm a little bit passionate about.
Please do.
Okay, you gave me permission. I mean, the crux of it is in Australia currently at a federal level, it is legal to lie in a political ad. That's it. That's just the truth. We have models in South Australia, which has been running since the 1980s. We have models in the ACT, which I think rolled out in 2020, that we can draw on to implement truth in political advertising. And just before this committee, I was looking up some statistics. I was talking to a pollster the other day and he said 80% of Australians support this. I thought that was pretty high, so I checked that. And Australia Institute in 2025 had 89% of Australians support truth in political advertising legislation across the board, essentially, with high rates across every political party supporters. But it would be of our opinion to copy-paste almost from the South Australian legislation that it should be an offence to authorise or cause to be published electoral advertisements that are materially inaccurate or misleading. And I want to be clear there around the word advertisement. We're not talking about expressions of opinion. We're not talking about like people having a yarn on Facebook. We're talking about paid ads in reference to verifiable statements of facts. So I think moving forward quickly with truth in political advertising would counter a lot of these grassroots efforts. I believe you had other people and other submissions talk about some of the anti-wind farm work. So these ads that we saw with AI slop dead whales on wind farms, that would be covered by truth in political advertising legislation because these are paid ads targeting at a political discourse. So that would be a key first step from our perspective.
Okay, thank you for that. And the arbiter of that would be what, the Electoral Commission, is that right?
No, I would have some, like an electoral communications regulatory body outside of the Electoral Commission.
Understood.
I think the Electoral Commission is better suited to do the operations of an election, but I would not have the AEC running truth in political advertising regulation, of the opinion of ADN anyway.
I wondered if you could just walk us through your understanding of the business model of these platforms, and you talked about what the algorithms are optimised for. Just in light of the testimony we heard from Digi, where they seem to deny algorithmic bias or optimisation and monetisation on these platforms, which is absolutely counter to everything else loads and loads of testimony we've heard from others.
I would not share their view. Something interesting that I came across when I was kind of studying up for this around this social media prioritising animosity, if you will. There was a study done in Stanford and published in Science in November 2025 that talked about just over a week you can shift a user's feeling towards an opposing party by an amount that is seen over 3 years of normal life, which I thought was crazy. A second fact within that same study showed that 74% of users in that study did not notice that their feed had been manipulated. I'm sure people more knowledgeable than I that have covered this kind of the tech issue, if you will, but from ADN's perspective, the problem is that it's really about an attention economy. It's about algorithmic buyers that drive that attention economy. It's the job of these social platforms, which are, I believe, some of your previous attendees referred to as advertising platforms, but it is their job to monetize attention, which is to keep users engaged. And the best way to keep users engaged is outrage, essentially, is to plug into those very fundamental human emotions. This is about prioritising engagement. It's not about prioritising quality. when you do this, when you create this environment that prioritises outrage, that prioritises engagement based on these kind of rage, essentially, you are creating a hostile environment. It's a hostile environment for experts, or scientific experts, but it's also a hostile environment for just the average punter who wants to engage in the conversation and learn more about the issues that affect them and their world. That, for us, would be the business model. It's quite straightforward. You keep people on the platform. The longer you can keep people on the platform, the more ads you can serve them, the more money you can make from the advertisers who are funding you. That's it.
And what are your thoughts with respect to the to Digi's approach, the voluntary industry-led approach? Do you think I tried to? Yeah. Sorry, I tried to ask them or determine whether they thought this was effective, and I didn't quite get an answer. What are your thoughts on the effectiveness of this approach?
I would rack my brain to find an example of when industry self-regulation has ever been effective for the greater public. I think it's almost the duty of these corporations to value their profits over public good.
Yep.
And if a CEO is not maximising these profits and is putting the public good ahead of profits, then I'm sure the board would sack them. I think that would be my opinion.
And my last question, the previous witness, Digi, also mentioned the Content Provenance Initiative around combating AI slopaganda. Do you know much about this?
No, I don't. That's the first time I've heard the word slopaganda, though, which I think is a fantastic word. Yeah, that's good. No, I'm not aware of that. I am aware of the origins of a lot of the content that we face are transnational, and that is a particular issue around sovereignty and national security. But that particular piece, no, I'm not aware of that.
And with respect to, and you mentioned this in your submission, the coordinated inauthentic behaviour, troll farms, bot farms, do you have any knowledge on where these are originating from? Countries, regions? Because it's pertinent, obviously, to election and interference, right?
Very much so. It's very pertinent to election interference. I think I can speak to media literacy if you want as a kind of solution, because I think that covers that. And I think that, we have that in our submission as well. The question would be cui bono, right? Like, who benefits from interfering in our public discourse and our election discourse? From a national state perspective, names have been thrown around, as I'm sure you've had in this discussion, but that's probably better referenced by ACIS or ASD. But in terms of media literacy as a way forward, and in our submission we talk, I believe at length, I hope at length, it's another thing that I'm passionate about, which is that Finnish model of media literacy and national education.
Yeah.
We talked a little bit about the DSA, which approaches that supply side or the upstream side of the issue. We would see the Finnish model as a downside or demand side, just to appeal to your economics narrative, Peter. A demand side of the issue, that the Finnish model treats information evaluation as essential to national security and democracy. I think that's key, is that in Australia we need to treat information security and information evaluation as essential to national security. And what the Finnish education curriculum has done has to weave through information evaluation into early age. I think from the age of 3 or 4, they start this kind of media literacy in curriculum. It's also critical that the Finns approach this in a multidisciplinary approach, right? When I did media literacy, I think it was just because I chose social studies in year 10. What the Finnish model has is that this starts from preschool. It's multidisciplinary. It is not just a standalone computer class or a standalone social studies class. It's about analysing how statistics can be created in maths. It's about how imagery and symbology can be used in arts classes. It's about historical propaganda in history classes. This is a key focus on critical thinking. This is not a focus just on cynicism and not believing anything. It's about empowering a national population to know who made this, where is this coming from, what is the evidence based on. This is, from ADN's perspective, this is a question of lifelong learning. I also was looking at, just before this committee, about what the Finns are up to, and just this year they're kicking off a a similar program around AI. So they're looking at AI literacy as well. They're looking at slopaganda, as was referred to in this committee. They're looking at AI deepfakes, and they're rolling that out across their education curriculum, which is something that our government could do from a regulatory perspective, and it could be quite an easy first step. I wouldn't want to terrify the committee too much, but some of what we found when I was researching this media literacy question in particular, in 2019, 53% of Year 6 and 38% of Year 10 were considered proficient in citizens and civics classes. In 2024, that had dropped to 43% of Year 6s and 28% of Year 10.
Yeah.
So that essentially means that an overwhelming, a supermajority and more of people in our schools lack a functional understanding of evaluating political information and our democratic institutions. We also have currently that civics education is not mandated past Year 10. So we have this critical gap of Years 11 and 12 when they're about to enter into the political space and are often far more engaged in political conversations, simply don't have anything in the curriculum that will help them on that journey. On top of that, we have 24% of Australians reported receiving any news literacy training in their life. That was reported by the University of Canberra in 2025. I think these problems would be even more exacerbated in cold communities and First Nations communities, where a lot of these information systems are closed, for example, WeChat. So I think that is a pretty critical issue that would need to be addressed as well.
Thank you for that. One last question. In your submission, you reference a public inquiry that uncovered a pro-gas astroturfing group operating in direct collaboration with the coalition's internal poster. And there's a footnote here to a piece, I think, in the conversation. I haven't read this piece, Andrew, but are you able to just talk us through some of this data, if you're familiar with it?
It's been a while since I wrote it, so I'd probably have to go back and look at that and get back to you on notice about that.
That's okay. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you, Deputy
Thank you.
Chair. I'll go to Senator Roberts and then Senator Darmanin. Senator Roberts.
Sure.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you. Is it Dr. Beaton?
I wish.
Okay, Mr. Beaton, thank you very much for appearing. In identifying misinformation and disinformation, how important is understanding and identifying the truth?
I would say it's important.
Is it fundamental or just a nice to have?
I think transparency and accountability are fundamental for this committee. I'm sure truth as itself is not something that would be interested in policing.
What about verifiability? How important is that in identifying misinformation and disinformation?
Verifiability, I believe, would come in from the accountability side of the question.
What about rational thought?
In regards to?
Is it rational? The statement that's being questioned about whether or not it's misinformation, disinformation, has rationality got anything to do with it?
I believe the rationality of a statement would come off the data or evidence that led to the formulation of that statement. So if that data or evidence is derived from mis or disinformation, then the rationality of that statement could be called into question.
Isn't that a circular definition? You're relying upon misinformation, disinformation to assess whether it's rational? What are the things that are important in determining something, whether or not something's rational? Isn't it hard evidence and then logical, structured thought?
Again, I would refer to the evidence itself. If that evidence is manipulated or if that evidence is coming from a source that is intending to mislead the consumer, then no.
What about objectivity?
In what sense?
Is that important in identifying misinformation and disinformation?
Critical thinking is, yeah, and objectivity would be an element of critical thinking.
Okay, thank you. On page 2 of your submission, you say the pervasiveness and efficacy of disinformation campaigns are substantial. After years of concerted disinformation campaigns about the cost of energy, a recent survey revealed that 40% of Australians erroneously, that's your word, believe that renewable energy sources are more costly than fossil fuels. Can you show me, as Senator Canavan asked the previous witness, can you show me any country on earth where solar and wind have led to a reduction in prices for energy?
The work of ADN focuses on democracy and not climate science, so I would probably leave those questions to climate scientists.
So how do we know that your word erroneous is truthful, verifiable, rational and objective?
Well, that would be covered in the source material in the essential report.
Could you send me the specific location of the evidence that proves it's erroneous? I want hard evidence.
The cost of renewables being less? Is that what you're chasing?
Yes. Yeah.
Sure.
And I want it to be actual, practical, real-world data, not hypothetical.
Sure. I'll have a dig.
Specific location, please. I don't want to be told it's in a report.
Chair, I feel that this is out of scope for this witness. I mean,
I'm assessing the verifiability of his term erroneous.
Represents the Democracy Network, not an energy, outfit.
She's made a statement erroneous.
We are running out of time, so Senator Roberts, can you just keep questions going, and I'll keep an eye on the questions. Thank you.
There's no evidence for his statement there.
Well, he's going to provide it, so yeah.
Are labels evidence of misinformation, disinformation? If it comes from if it comes out of the mouth of a climate denier who's been labelled by an opponent, does that automatically qualify as misinformation?
I don't quite understand the question. Can you rephrase?
If someone is labelled for whatever trait, whether it be climate denier, for example, is anything that comes out of his or her mouth then automatically misinformation or disinformation?
Anything ever that comes out of their mouth? No. But I believe that they engaged in intended behaviour to mislead people based on disinformation, then that would be worthy of a look.
So you go beyond the label in assessing misinformation and disinformation and look at the actual content of what he or she said?
I think it would be important to differentiate between misinformation and disinformation. And again, we're not advocating for there to be some arbiter of truth. We're advocating, particularly when it comes to paid advertisement, that there be transparency and accountability behind where those statements are coming from.
So who assesses whether it's truthful or not?
Again, we're not advocating for an arbiter of truth, nor are we putting ourselves forward as that role.
Thank you, Mr. Beaton. On page 5 of your submission, you say, quote, a highly promising intervention involves media and digital literacy education. Would that also include rational thinking, scientific proof, a scientific method, basis for policy, civics, politics, and understanding of the political system? Would these be as essential as digital media and digital literacy?
I believe civics and media literacy would fall within that civics bucket, if you will. And yes, we referred to in our discussion around the Fiddish model that it would be based on critical thinking.
Thank you. Sorry?
Last question.
Okay, sure. One of the things I've noticed is that people in the submissions and witnesses giving testimony in favour of or advocating for or pushing for a misinformation and disinformation bill lack evidence. They make broad statements, sweeping statements. That's been a characteristic. What evidence do you're going to give me evidence? How much evidence should people need before being classified as misinformation or disinformation? Who's going to determine that?
Again, we're not discussing an arbiter of truth or misinformation, disinformation. And again, I think it's important to differentiate between the two. What our submission is referring to is that transparency and accountability of where that information is coming from and what particular audiences that information is targeting.
So should we also have the transparency for people who are declaring a statement misinformation or disinformation? And I accept the difference, but I'm lumping them together because fundamentally they are the same at their root. The intent is different, but the root is the same.
Okay. I'm not sure if I would agree with that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Look, just a couple of quick ones from me before I go.
I've got some questions.
No, I'm sorry, mate. You got to respectfully, you've got to,
Okay.
Senator Canavan, you've come in 45 minutes into the session.
I've had some other things that
If you could have let me know, we've allocated the time already. Could I ask?
Chair,
Don't worry
excuse
about
me.
it. It's not the end of the world.
The session's only been going 45 minutes.
Yes, and Senator Canavan has come in 45 minutes into the session, and I'm saying,
Where's that a rule in the standing
No,
orders? I've been watching on TV
I'm
in my
making
office.
the
I've had some
decision
other
as
things to
chair.
do. I've been watching, and why don't the other senators get a call? I mean, if this is the way you want to run the inquiry, everybody can see.
Senator Canavan.
Everybody can see how biased this inquiry has been run, how it's been stacked for one side. So that's fine. But
Respectfully.
you're doing yourself a great disservice
Respect-
because no one is being convinced by this this kangaroo court of a committee. So go for it. I don't care. Like, it is clear and day.
Let me say this to you respectfully, and for everyone who's watching. Senator Canavan's come into this 1 hour session 45 minutes after he's taken a phone call. He hasn't let me know he wanted to ask questions. I have to allocate the time the best I can. Next time, please text me and tell me you want to ask questions.
Just before,
and I will allocate
there was a
you the
session
time.
before where you 45 minutes before the call came to this side. 45 minutes. So that's why I was out of the room for
Senator
45 minutes.
Canavan, I've made my
That's been the
decision. You can
experience of
harp
this
on
committee.
as much as
That's
you
been the
like.
experience of this committee.
Sorry.
Why come in here?
Mr. Beaton, try not to listen to the noise. I've got a question for you in relation to your submission.
Sydney, we had 50 minutes with the Labor Party deputy chair and the chair from the Greens. 50 minutes before someone else got a say. That has been typical of this railroad.
Put your points noted, Senator Roberts. Mr. Beaton, in relation to your submission, I want to go into a little bit more detail into the astroturfing, because it seems to be a fairly broad term in itself. We've had, you read in the media this week, and journalists are calling Advance an astroturfing group, but we've heard from experts that it doesn't necessarily qualify for the definition of an astroturfing group. We've had some community groups in the renewable space who have been very offended by being called astroturfing groups because they had, grassroots membership. Have you got any kind of views on what the committee, what should be an astroturfing group? I won't necessarily pin you down for examples, but is there a definition there? Because I do have a follow-up question about a point you just made around...
Yeah, I think you've got Digital Rights Watch up next, so they would probably be able to provide a better definition. But from our perspective, if you're looking at astroturfing, you'd be looking at where is money masquerading as grassroots. So I would agree that Advance, I would not.
Chair, just a point of order. You've just made claims about other groups about astroturfing. Mr. Beaton worked for the Greens for 8 years and 9 months. And you're asking questions of somebody who used to work for your political party and making accusations. It's an abuse of the Senate. It's an abuse here that you're using this process to question one of your supporters about the activities of political opponents.
I'm going to suspend. I'm now going to suspend this committee. Could you stay on the line, please, Mr. Beaton, or we'll call you back. This kind of bullying...
total misinformation.
to astroturfing, I didn't actually hear what you had to say there towards the end, whether you felt like there was any particular definition we should look at. And then I've just got a question about what you've said in your submission about the motivation of these kind of structures.
Sure. I mean, astroturfing by definition requires a hidden hand. It requires what we talked about before. Senator Canavan jumped in around that big money masquerading as grassroots efforts. So it's that idea of there's a hidden hand, that it's a front organisation, the astroturfing. You could see it as that warping genuine concerns from the local community and weaponising those concerns or feeding those concerns or doing your best to distort and polarise concerns within a local community. That would be a reasonable definition of astroturfing, but I'm sure other more learned people could give a more precise definition.
Okay. And you say the strategic modus operandi of these groups to meticulously construct and perpetuate the illusion of widespread grassroots public support, thereby legitimising their agendas and exerting undue influence on the political landscape. Do you think the primary motivation of these groups is political, or do you think there's an element of greenwashing, for example, because corporations under with ACCC oversight, it's very difficult for them to greenwash products and services to consumers. And do you think there's an element of using these structures to just spread disinformation or misinformation?
Yeah, I would see this as another exercise of state capture. This is an exercise of power by private actors through resource influence operations to shape policies in their narrow influence. This is one tranche of other ways that this can be done, and astroturfing is one tool in the toolbox. Okay. So it might not necessarily be about winning seat A for Party B. It might be more about, like we talked about at the top of our submission, about unmooring people from reality or having a kind of shared truth. It might be about swaying opinion towards a project or a policy or an outcome that would suit these private interests.
In relation to Senator Roberts' last question then, what your organisation is calling for is not being an arbiter of the truth about what they say, for example, their messaging or their advertising per se, but declaring who's behind the advertisement, so there's transparency around at least people being able to question why they're advertising through an astroturfing group?
Yeah, that's fair. It's about transparency and accountability. Our concern is with vested interests distorting local, national conversations. It's our firm belief that communities deserve to make decisions based on high quality, verifiable, transparent, accountable information, not on mass marketed, verifiable false claims.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to finish off, Deputy Chair?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Andrew, I just want to draw you out on an element of the DSA that you cited, being researcher access to data. This has come up repeatedly by multiple witnesses and submissions. The trouble that Australian researchers are having with respect to gaining meaningful access to content libraries, public content libraries. Are you familiar with some of these challenges?
Not explicitly. I'm sure there's people who are more directly involved in those challenges, but I am aware of when we talked about the DSA of that there have been, it's not in the commercial best interest of some of these very large online platforms to have that level of accountability and transparency, which is probably key as to why that should be provided. I think we need that researcher access to data and to algorithmic preferencing to see exactly that these very large online platforms are living up to what they're supposed to be doing based off the regulations and legislation.
Thank you. And I just want to acknowledge your poise during that period. I apologise that you had to endure that, but we've also had testimony during this committee by multiple sources that vested interests or bad faith actors, the first tool that they use is attacking or discrediting expert witnesses. So I do apologise.
Okay, that's Jeff. Look, Mr. Beaton, because it was captured on Hansard, would you like to disclose that you used to work for the Greens and respond to that?
Sure. I mean, I congratulate Senator Canavan on his meticulous use of LinkedIn. This is not private information. Talking about astroturfing, as I mentioned before, astroturfing is by definition requiring a hidden hand. And ADN is the opposite of that. We are a complete matter of public record. I would strongly encourage Senator Canavan to have a look at our website, to have a look at our annual report. You will see all of our staff, you will see all of our donors, you will see all of our foundations making that grant. Yes, I had the pleasure of working for the Greens. I've not worked for the Greens for, quick maths, over 3 years. I've also worked in the space combating the sexual exploitation of children. So ADN is not a front group for combating the sexual exploitation of children. I also used to sell pies at the football when I was 14, and ADN is not an astroturf group for the meat pie industry. So just because I worked for the Greens, I think that is... My laughter was based on the absurdity of the claim.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Beaton. Thank you for evidence, and any questions on notice, we'd appreciate if you could get back to us in a fortnight.
Sure, will do.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, committee.
So we are running 10 minutes over time. 12:15, right, okay.
We're running 5 minutes ahead of schedule after starting 10 minutes behind.
I thought it was 12 o'clock.
Yeah, I think we've got an hour and 5 to go, don't we? Yes. 1:15 was the state. I mean,
And I'm happy to go to you first, Senator Canavan, if you like.
Sure.
Jumping out of the box.
Sorry? Who's this one? Sorry, I did read all the submissions. Do we have a submission?
I might suspend committee for 5 minutes while we wait for Mr. Tom Solston. So I now welcome a representative from Digital Rights Watch via video conference. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
My name is Tom Solston and I'm the Head of Policy for Digital Rights Watch.
I'll now invite you to make a short opening statement and we might ping some questions at you after that.
Fantastic. Thank you, Senator. Digital Rights Watch is a charity founded in 2016 to promote and defend human rights. We stand for privacy, democracy, fairness and freedom. We educate, campaign and advocate for a digital environment in which rights are respected and connection and creativity can flourish. And we're here because Australians need and deserve a rich, diverse and unmanipulated media ecosystem to deliver them news that is accurate and timely. Robust information ecosystems are vital to the strength of our democracy, to help us hold institutions to account and to help Australian citizens engage with the world. So as you all have seen in our submission, we have 3 asks to help improve information integrity in Australia. They're not specific to the climate crisis, but they do include it as part of their coverage. We're interested in preventing the algorithmic promotion of disinformation. We're interested in resourcing and strengthening regulation over platforms. And we're interested in transparency and requiring think tanks and similar policy organisations to disclose their funding sources. Thank you for inviting me to speak with you today.
Great, thank you. I've got a few questions and then I'll go to Senator Canavan. I'm interested in, we had Digi presenting earlier who represent the tech platforms and their interactions with the code of practice. On the second page of your submission, you talk about kind of bots in particular. A primary contributor to the disinformation system is bots. There are algorithm-operated accounts on social media that typically pose as legitimate accounts. The language that the tech industry uses is inauthentic behaviour, and I know our intelligence agencies target similar things around disinformation. Can the use of bots for example, amplify narratives, can it be authentic behaviour as well? Or would we define that as inauthentic behaviour?
I think I would view all use of manipulating the algorithm as inauthentic behaviour. And the algorithm, obviously there are many algorithms, different platforms use different ones, but the algorithm is kind of at the heart of a lot of the disinformation problem, right? So disinformation is propaganda, right? It's put into the world. It's not new that state actors, companies, individuals have been putting untruths into the news ecosystem. The problem that we face now is that social media companies and the platforms use an algorithm to provide that to us in a format in our social media feeds. And those algorithms are proprietary, they're secretive, and yes, they are manipulable. And I think if you are manipulating that algorithm, and that includes if you are a social media company, you're juicing up the prominence of certain messages and you're shrinking down the prominence of other messages. And that's a conscious decision. And so that is a manipulation. That's part of really what's at the heart of what makes disinformation a problem rather than what makes it, a minor issue.
So you give some really good examples and some data around the use of bot algorithms, especially in relation to climate disinformation and misinformation. Why don't you think that kind of information is, taken down as inauthentic behaviour by the platforms? Is it because they don't believe that meets a threshold of harm, or because they're making money out of it, or what else could it possibly be?
I was going to say it's a great question, and one I think the platforms will have to answer for themselves. As an outsider to the platforms, one of the things that we know is that their business models are predicated around garnering attention. They are at heart advertising businesses. And so it is not in their concern whether something is accurate or not. What is in their concern is whether it garners attention. And often things that garner attention could be wildly inaccurate, and you get attention because you then get corrected by people on the algorithm or by bots, and it generates a lot of heat, attention, that generates a lot of page views, a lot of ad impressions, and a lot of money. So the platform's interest is not really in accuracy, they're interested in heat. They're interested at moving an argument to the fringes rather than kind of considering all positions sensibly and equally. Causing conflict online actually makes them money. And that's why we're very concerned that those algorithms are sowing division, they're causing discord, and they are misinforming the Australian public all at the same time in order to generate cash for American companies.
Well, yeah, thank you. I asked the previous witness about astroturfing organisations. Does Digital Rights Watch have like a definition for astroturfing, or is it using that term broadly? Because we have had kind of mixed evidence about what is an astroturfing group from different witnesses.
We don't have a strict definition. We're not a climate org, so astroturfing is kind of not necessarily peripheral to us, but we don't have a strict definition that we attend to. I think it's one of those things that you know it when you smell it. And I think you previously witnessed his comments about a hidden actor are very apposite in kind of how it manifests. Okay, so if we have a hidden actor, and this week the electoral data showed us that, for example, in Australia, Coal Australia, an industry body group, donated money to a group called Australians for Prosperity, which then ran a number of ads, including against the Greens, the Labor Party, Teals. It was largely political ads. What do you, Digital Rights Watch, think is the motivation, for example, for an industry body? It's just an example, providing funds to a third-party group. Is it because they want it to appear like a grassroots, that kind of propaganda, as you say, is a grassroots message, or is it because they can spread disinformation, or is it greenwashing, or what's the accepted motivation for this kind of behaviour? I cannot speak to that precise example. I'm not well acquainted with it. But in general, companies do marketing, right? They want to generate a market for their product. They want to sell it. They want to monetize that thing. And as part of that, they want to have consent to operate, and to do that, it does not surprise me that companies want to use marketing tools at their disposal to generate consent to operate and to build a market for their product. Now, when that extends as far as kind of funding organizations, I cannot say whether that's like an astroturfing exercise or whether it is a genuine intention to kind of engage with an issue. What I can say is, as a civil society organisation, at Digital Rights Watch, we publish all of our donors over a certain size and any money we receive from corporate interests, because we believe that transparency is vital for the Australian public to be able to make reasoned kind of decisions about the accuracy or any biases that might creep into an organisation's work. And so we're very proud to show our donors. We thank them for our help, and we recognise that the public have a right to know who is funding us to provide our work and our policy advice.
Okay, thank you. Just one more question on bots. You give some examples of, in 2017, a US study showed that 1 in 4 tweets around climate crisis originated from bots, and you've provided other evidence around why they're used. I suppose, and why they're really effective at spreading disinformation. How easy is it for the tech platforms to detect bots? Do they have all the required software and tools? Unfortunately, I don't know much about the tech side of things. Are you aware of whether it is an easy task for them to detect the use of inauthentic behaviour?
It is both easy and not easy at the same time.
Right.
So many of the platforms do take actions to reduce the number of kind of fake accounts and those that get used as bots, but there are still millions of bot accounts out there using the platforms. It's remarkably difficult to do that. Many of those accounts have been extant for a long time. If you wish to, buy a bot network and you go onto not even the dark web, you can just go onto the regular web and hire a bot network to, generate posts or give yours upvotes or likes and give yourself extra juice in the algorithm. The prices for that activity is very low. Like a few $100s can buy you, thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of likes and impressions. And it often doesn't have to be a total amount of what you're buying, because when a post is showing that level of engagement, the social media companies will amplify it even more. So what bots are very useful for is juicing a piece of work early in its life cycle to ensure that it gets onto the social media's network's algorithms as something that they want to amplify because they think people are interested in it and it will get them more ad impressions. So in terms of can they detect it? Sometimes they can, sometimes they can't. Are they incentivized not to? Not really, because it gives them kind of an easy in on what posts are we going to make more noise and more money out of. So it feels like a regulatory gap there on how hard they try to take down bot networks. All of that said, I think a more pressing problem is the algorithm that generates a user's feed and what they see being influenced both by the social media company and the bots. So one way to reduce the amount of bot activity is to legislate against it, regulate, make it more attractive for companies to hunt out and remove bots. A much easier way is just to say you have to have an option that when a user goes to look at their feed and see the content that you're providing for them, it should be an unmanipulated feed. It should not go through an algorithm. It should just be, here's the news in time order from your friends and accounts that you've chosen to follow. Maybe we let you put an ad in here or there that you mark as an advert, but you can't manipulate the entire feed to show what the company wants to show rather than what the user wants to see.
Okay. We'll get back to that. But just to be clear then, I suppose what you're saying is some inauthentic behaviour can be profitable for tech platforms.
Yes.
Okay. No, they talk about taking down some and being required to take down some under different codes, or in Europe it's a lot stricter with the Digital Services Act. But in reality, the use of bots can actually, they can monetise that. Or maybe not deliberately, but it's set up as a byproduct to make them money.
Yes, to be clear, the platforms are not kind of taking money from the operators of bots, at least not to my knowledge.
No.
Instead, they're able to use the fact that bots have amplified certain posts and news items and use that to further amplify them to get ad views and impressions and money from that.
And advertising. Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to clarify, thank you for your submission. Just want to clarify, you're not proposing that there's some kind of penalties or government regime which seeks to censor particular tweets or views? I didn't think that through your recommendations. Is that correct?
That is correct as a broad rule of thumb. We're not in favour of censorship. We don't seek to identify kind of what is true or not. We're more knowledgeable about the algorithms and the machinery through which information is disseminated and the way by which it can be manipulated.
Look, fair enough, and I think that's a very reasonable stance to take. I'm very much against censorship too. I suppose getting to the detail then of the algorithmic issue, I think I heard you just say that you'd prefer if there was no algorithms at all. Is that a correct interpretation of what you said? And second, if that's the case, I mean, how do people find new content? I mean, a lot of the people I've discovered over the years have probably come through my For You feed or what have you. Without that, wouldn't that significantly change the social media experience?
I think it's worth noting that most social media companies, certainly those that are a bit long in the tooth now, had that originally as the way they operated. If you look at Facebook back in 2005, what you got was, here's what your friends are saying in a reverse chronological order. And so it's very straightforward. Facebook would sell some adverts either side of it, but they were clearly adverts and not content. So it's not like a big engineering ask to do that. It's very straightforward.
Well, my point is not an engineering one. My point is about wouldn't that significantly reduce the user experience? I mean, obviously people are. I mean, we can argue whether they're addicted to it or what have you, but people are obviously attracted to this sort of, getting fed funny cat videos or whatever. It's okay. It's all a bit of a laugh, but then I start. Well, we are sort of getting into censorship or control in a way if we stop people doing that.
Yeah. So when Facebook moved from that kind of time-ordered list to a Facebook runs an algorithm and decides for you list, users were really not happy at that point in time. And they were but Facebook did at least give you the option to select which one you saw, which I think is very reasonable. If you look at other social media platforms like Blue Sky, you can see the list of feeds in a time order on one tab, and you click a different tab and you get, interesting things that it's selected for you. So you get a choice at that point. But I think it's fair to say when you use a social media platform now, the amount of stuff that gets put into your feed that is not necessarily what you've asked for is a lot. And thinking of kind of similar regulation, for example, in TV networks, where we might restrict the amount of advertisements that a channel is allowed to show alongside programming, like the quantity of screen time devoted. We don't currently have regulation about the amount of stuff that the social media network is allowed to put into your feed. Now, I think 0 is the right amount. I think the people who are selling the adverts probably think 90% is the right amount. But certainly users should be able to have some kind of say in what that looks like and the ability to say, actually, I just want to see what I want to see, or I'm interested in seeing some other stuff that you want to push at me, have at it. But putting the user in control and giving them some options feels like a very straightforward engineering ask, a good thing that will help the spread of disinformation, and also kind of give everyone a better user experience on social media to begin with.
Okay. All right, look, I might just move on. I mean, it's all very interesting. It is hard. It's hard to balance these things, I think. You did mention before your funders are public. One of your funders is Minderoo Foundation, is that correct?
That is correct.
Minderoo Foundation is the charitable arm, I believe, of Twiggy Forrest, who himself is a heavy investor in renewable energy. I mean, I know your argument is, well, you're making this disclosure, but that's buried on a website that hardly anyone would see. Your organisation is called Digital Rights Watch. I mean, I'm getting to the point where a lot of these groups that keep appearing for us, they seem to be living examples of astroturfing, that they're funded by groups that have an interest in renewables, in this case, but their title, their website doesn't make that very apparent. I know it's buried in your annual report, I know it's there, but it's pretty hard to see that it's actually funded by these other organisations. How is this really being transparent in the campaigning you were doing against these issues?
I mean, firstly, we're not a climate org, so as an organisation, we don't take a position on renewable energy. Secondly, our funding from Minderoo actually started last financial year. The Digital Rights Watch has been operating for just under a decade now, and we have operated all of that time doing the same work on the same issues prior to that funding. It has allowed us to scale up our operations, but it has not started them. And thirdly, in all of our funding agreements, whether with not-for-profits or corporates or any donors, we very clearly state that there is no expectation of influence over our campaigning work.
Okay. Did you used to work for an organisation called ThoughtWorks?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar? There's I believe the founder of ThoughtWorks, Neville Royce Singham, a New York Times investigation found that he had established a Delhi-based news website called NewsClick, which was covertly spreading Chinese government talking points. As the New York Times reported, it was a smokeless war. Are you aware of those allegations and are you aware of any?
How is this relevant to
because, well, the terms of reference is about the spread of misinformation. I'm very concerned about the potential for the Chinese government to potentially be behind misinformation in our politics, and just like many other authoritarian governments. So I'm asking this witness, so is he aware, through his experience, of any examples of the Chinese government seeking to influence messaging, communications in Australia or other democracies?
I have no contact whatsoever with anyone from the Chinese government. When Roy Singham owned ThoughtWorks, he divested himself of the company some years ago. I want to say about 10, but I would need to take that on notice to get the exact date. And I'm afraid I'm not across what projects he's been funding post his ThoughtWorks tenure.
Okay, thank you.
Deputy Chair.
Thank you. I just have a question regarding to the measures these digital platforms use to combat misinformation, disinformation. And you cite in your report that it's effectively the onus has been put onto the community. Can you just elaborate further on that, what that means?
Yes. So there are a couple of ways in which that happens, and probably the most kind of high profile is the idea of community notes, which is popular on Twitter, whereby Twitter users are invited to add clarifying comments to posts that attract, an amount of controversy and truthiness, and they are invited to comment on that. Sometimes it's a useful thing, and users can add extra context that kind of help explain what, is a post outright untruthful, or is it a bit of spin, or is it actually correct and it just needs explaining in a better way. The problem with that is that it's also ripe for abuse. You don't need a large number of people to be able to manipulate that system and to take a post you like and give it lots of friendly upvotes, regardless of the accuracy of it. So it is a system that's ripe for abuse. And also a lot of the social network platforms have been reducing the amount of moderation and content moderation that they do. They're leaning much harder on the kind of unmoderated free speech angle than a safety angle of making sure that users see things which are kind of safe or truthful. And so they're using that to reduce the amount of capacity that they have in their moderation departments, and the people who look out for things which are truly awful and no one should ever see, or those things which are obvious rubbish that are kind of low quality slop or dross that should just be deleted, or kind of abuse that's directed toward individuals or groups in society. Those groups are being reduced, and community notes is not a way to fix that. It's not an appropriate replacement. It's more a useful tool. I'm not going to say it's a bad tool, but it's definitely one that is open to abuse, and it's definitely not a replacement for proper content moderation systems in social media platforms.
And is Meta, for example, using a similar approach, or other platforms?
Certainly, I know that Meta has been reducing the amount of content moderation it does. I couldn't say whether they've picked up a community note style effort.
Right, okay. And with respect to Australia and specifically climate misinformation, disinformation campaigns, whether it be astroturfing or others, are you familiar with any of the players or actors behind these sorts of campaigns domestically?
Sorry, can you rephrase that? Because it sounded a little like you asked if we were engaged in misinformation campaigns.
No, are you familiar?
I'm not sure it's the question.
Are you familiar with the names of the organisations or groups that may be behind climate misinformation, disinformation campaigns here in Australia?
I'm not, no.
All right, that's fine. And with respect to the digital platforms, particularly the social media platforms, what are they doing, as far as you know, to disrupt coordinated inauthentic behaviour, troll and bot farms? And do you think that those measures are adequate?
The answer is I don't know, is the short answer, because that is internal business to them. They're not required to disclose that. They sometimes choose to disclose for, their own reasons. So I cannot say, with any degree of satisfaction what they are doing. As to whether it's adequate or not, I think it's manifestly obvious that it's not, because there is a large amount of rubbish content, whether that's disinformation about climate or AI-generated slop that's kind of purely there to create ad share revenue for the creators. That stuff is all over our feeds. They're not doing a very good job of reining that in. So if they are doing something, it's not very good. If they're not, that's that's pretty bad as well. But to reiterate my previous point, the root of the problem is the fact that the feeds are algorithmically generated, and smart people can manipulate those algorithms either just to generate ad dollars or to push a particular message into the world and get it heard by more people. So we need to make those algorithms not do that. We need to have a much simpler algorithm that just says, here's what you want to see, here is the news. We're not interjecting that with, frankly, opinion. In the news pages would be an example, right? When you buy a newspaper, the news is on the news pages, the opinion is on the opinion pages. And as a reader, you can make a critical decision as to how much you believe what's going on in opinion land, because you know it's opinion and not necessarily fact. And so I feel it's incumbent on the social media companies to offer us an experience that says, this stuff is what your friends and the people you have asked to see, that's what they have written in here, it is definitely from them, rather than here's a load of stuff that we've put in here. There is an interesting kind of psychological phenomenon with humans, which is that we trust and believe more things that are said to us by our friends and by people that we know and trust. And the social media companies use this fact because when they put adverts and sponsored content into those feeds, we interpret them as coming from our friends. And so we give them that higher level of trust and believability. So separating that content out is really important as us, as people reading the news and reading what's going on around us, to be able to separate what is a factual thing from what is an opinion.
So are you suggesting that we should, and this may speak to one of the recommendations, we should have an opt-out or opt-in approach to these recommender systems?
Yes, is the short answer. I feel like when you visit your social media platform of choice and you open it up on your phone, it should just give you what you've asked to see with no or minimal advertising or sponsored content. I would allow the platforms a button that says, hey, if you want more content and to see things that we think you would like, click here. That seems not unreasonable. But definitely having that default option of we're just going to show you what you ask for and not we want to show you.
Yeah. And with respect to your earlier point on coordinated inauthentic behaviour, you said right now the platforms are not required to disclose what measures they've taken to disrupt these networks. Do you think that we should be looking at compelling them to disclose what measures they've taken? And I don't know if you're familiar with the reports that Digi supply to ACMA. I'm not sure whether that actually has this kind of information in it.
Yeah. I've not read the Digi reports. However, we do have, I think eSafety has some abilities to request from platforms what they are doing to keep users safe. I feel like providing disinformation to users is also a safety issue. Like we deserve to live in a healthy information environment. And so maybe those powers could be brought to bear, but certainly similar powers would be extremely useful.
And one final question with respect to, again, coordinated inauthentic behaviour. Are you familiar with where these troll and bot farms are originating from, regionally, for example, and countries, for example?
The nature of the internet is that they can be anywhere. And so it is possible for the company owning kind of the infrastructure behind a bot farm that might have the bank account that you pay to get some access, and the engineers running it, and the actual software that they run in order to do their activity. All of those could be in different countries. So I only know what I read in the news about occasional disruptive organisations being found in locations, but they could be anywhere. It is remarkably hard on the internet to geolocate someone with accuracy.
Okay. I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Okay, I've just got one more question, then I'll go to Senator Roberts. Do you have questions? Yes. Okay. Just before I go to Senator Roberts, do you have a view on, I understand, for example, Meta has third-party arrangements with organisations like AAP Fact Check, where essentially it looks like they're kind of outsourcing some of those kind of voluntary opt-in requirements under the code. I do follow AAP Fact Check, and I think they've done, looking at the Bondi shootings, for example, recently, they've done a lot of really good work picking up disinformation. But do you think that's a suitable form of the tech platforms investing in fact checking, or do you see faults in that?
I think those sorts of fact-checking organisations are broadly good. The ABC RMIT fact-checking organisation did some great work. I'm not familiar with the AAP one, but they're also a trusted journalistic brand who have they have an interest in being kind of showing high levels of integrity and reporting on things accurately. And so as a useful service, yes, I think having kite marks effectively from kind of trusted news organisations saying, yes, we have validated that this is broadly accurate, is a useful thing. As ever, that is something that is open to abuse. So I wouldn't frame it as the solution. I would frame it as a useful addition to have. Much like sometimes we talk about labelling AI content as AI generated. It's useful to know that because it helps you form an opinion on whether that video that you're watching is actually happened or whether it was computer generated, but it's not a solution to the proliferation of AI generated videos. So I wouldn't see a fact-checking org as the solution to disinformation or kind of the proliferation of it, because the economics of the proliferation are such that it travels a lot faster and a lot wider than those organisations can address. So while it's good to know that something is accurate or not, after it's been on the internet for a little while, it's better if we just don't smash it everywhere that it can go beforehand.
Right. Yes, and certainly some of the stuff that they've done around the Bondi shootings has appeared days or weeks after those posts had already gone viral, and it did occur to me that it wasn't necessarily nipping the problem at the source, nipping it in the bud at the source. Okay, so Senator Roberts, and then I'll go to Senator Darman, and it's got a couple of questions.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Solson. You'd be aware that today in our society there are millions of volunteers actively researching, investigating many topics. Are you?
I wouldn't claim to know how many volunteers are doing research, but yes, I'm aware there are volunteers doing research.
And a lot of them?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me also confirm, I think you confirmed this with Senator Ananda Raja. Platforms like Meta, YouTube, Google, etc., are money-driven. Would it help if they were forced to have their algorithms put out in public? So if you're a member, if you're working on Facebook, or if you're posting on Facebook, then you know what is coming to you and the algorithm that's serving you. Mm-hmm. Would that be valid?
I don't. It's definitely an interesting thought. As a fan of transparency, I would be in favour of it. However, a lot of the algorithms that are used within social media companies now to select content are broadly driven by AI. So they're not necessarily doing a deterministic choice of what is going on. They're using a probabilistic algorithm to select what do we think you might like given these parameters.
So the algorithm varies.
Not,
is what you're saying, the algorithm varies?
The behavior of the algorithm varies depending on the user, the time, all sorts of other factors. And so also as important as what the algorithm is what is the data that's going into it. And so what are the posts from which it is choosing to put into your feed is an important part of that decision. Now, there have been some transparency efforts on the behalf of the platforms to kind of show where their adverts come from, particularly political adverts. That's to be applauded. I think we deserve to know if an advert is political in nature, but I don't think it is a complete solution. I think that would be a helpful thing to know. Referring to my previous comment, we need to stop the spread rather than check it afterwards. And so being able to see the algorithm and know where things are coming from, sure, it is helpful, but it's still there in front of your eyes when you read it. And far more useful is to not put it in front of your eyes when you read it. Now, one way of doing that, as we discussed, was having like an ad-free feed that just gives you the content that you've subscribed to. Another way to do that is to look at alternative clients into the social media platforms. So at the moment, you can only access, for example, Instagram through their app or through their website. But if we were to permit the development of other tools and compel the social media companies to open up their APIs, the systems through which information is fed onto your phone, other people could write clients for their social networks that would then allow you to select or deselect content that you do or don't want to see. But at the moment, Australians are only able to visit these platforms through the tools that the platforms themselves provide. So it'd be interesting to see, well, if we allowed Australians to create their own tools to view the platforms, we could have an ecosystem of a choice of options that allow us, I want a little bit of advertising or I want just the feed that I see. But at the moment, the social media platforms do not allow that. I feel we could change that.
Okay, I'm generally opposed to regulation because a bureaucrat sitting in Canberra is usually a hopeless way of determining what people need. The tech platforms are already being judged by the public. When X was prior to Elon Musk, I didn't touch it much. But after Elon Musk, X has taken off, and Facebook's had to change because X has taken advertising revenue away from Facebook. So we've got a dramatic improvement in all of the platforms in terms of freedom of expression because X came onto the scene and changed its owner and then the others. Isn't the free market a better choice? Or is the money too entrenched?
There is an interesting problem, situation with internet products, and it is the network effect. People have to use the social media that their friends use because that's where your friends are, that's where the content that you want to see is. And so to take a market euphemism, each platform has a monopoly effectively on a set of users. And so you have to go with the platform that has monopolized your friends. So I'm not sure that we can say that the free market is operating accurately in that instance because users are compelled to go where their friends are, not necessarily to who is providing the best platform. So platforms are not incentivized really to compete with each other on the content on the basis of are they providing a quality service. It's more how can they capture as many users and keep them on platform for as long as they can. And that's kind of tending towards the monopolistic rent-seeking behaviour rather than a true free market.
Okay, thank you. Chair, I would like to table an article from the New York Times titled "A Global Web of Chinese Propaganda Leads to a US Tech Mogul." So, because it shows just how pervasive misinformation and disinformation is, and it's not just in climate.
Yeah, could we?
That's the one emailed.
Okay.
I think you should have it by now.
I haven't read it yet, Senator Roberts. So I don't see a problem in principle. Could I have a look at it first? Just to see it's not.
It's just the New York Times article.
The New York Times has unravelled a financial network that stretches from Chicago to Shanghai and uses American non-profits to push Chinese talking points worldwide. So, coming back to the tech side of things, Mr. Solston, AI. ChatGPT, for example, I'm not familiar, I don't use it, not consciously anyway. but a friend of mine is an excellent researcher. He uses ChatGPT in super rational mode. He says that correct me if I'm wrong, my understanding is that ChatGPT, like all the other AI, just go out and search the web, gather up information like a big vacuum cleaner, and regurgitate it. So garbage in, garbage out, because there's a lot of crap on the internet. However, ChatGPT in super rational mode produces accurate results. Are you aware of that?
I'm not a deep user of ChatGPT or the super rational mode. However, the way that large language models work is not rooted in truth and accuracy, it is rooted in probability. So what ChatGPT does is it works out what is the most probable word to come up in the next series that it's producing for you. Now, I imagine you could produce one that is, more reliable by restricting the content that you get from it to, for example, learned academic journals and publications, and then you'll be certain that what it regurgitates is part of the record. But generative AI systems as a whole do not have the concept of truth baked within them. They are not actually intelligent. They are merely probabilistically selecting what word might come next. So that means that even though it might be accurate a large amount of the time, it will also be wrong a certain amount of the time. And that is not a flaw in the system. That is the way the system is designed. It will not always give you the same answer. It will therefore not always give you an accurate answer.
That's exactly what I was trying to get at. You said it much more eloquently. But super rational mode digs out the truth. Is there a possibility, Mr. Solson? You mentioned on page 3 that climate change disinformation is pervasive, coordinated and highly damaging to democratic debate and urgent climate action. I agree entirely, because I've seen the possibility, I'm absolutely certain of it, that climate change itself is the product of misinformation and disinformation. What have you done to verify your position on climate change? Have you heard of Maurice Strong, who used misinformation and disinformation, a senior United Nations bureaucrat? He used astroturfing, he demonised hydrocarbon fuels, and he's manipulated agencies around the world, literally. This man's dead now, but phenomenal talent. He said he had 2 aims in his life. One was to deindustrialise Western civilisation, which we're now witnessing. The other one was to put in place an unelected socialist global governance, and which is what we're now witnessing. And he said cruelly, quote, "The enemy is humanity itself." This man was anti-human. He drove a lot of the climate change. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of his work at all.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. I'll go to Senator Dunman, who's got a couple of questions, and then Deputy Chair will finish off.
Thank you. Just in terms of putting aside any kind of view or opinion on community-driven approaches to identifying and flagging mis and disinformation that some of the platforms such as Meta in the United States have taken to adopt. I just wonder, do you have any insight, or are you surprised that Meta hasn't sought to implement a similar system like that here in Australia?
I think Meta is, and kind of the other social media companies as well, will kind of do as little as they need to in order to keep their position. And so I'm not surprised that they don't want to do that in Australia. I think that they might start to do it if we start talking about restricting their ability to insert sponsored content into users' feeds, because that will be much more scary to them than the idea of occasionally having to pluck out the bits that get moderated out.
Okay. Thank you. I think before you talked a bit about the recommendation that you've got around preventing the algorithmic promotion of disinformation, but I wonder if you can let the committee know if you know of any examples of other countries who have legislated this already. Do you know of any?
To my knowledge, there are none.
There are none. And have they, if there's no legislation, is there any other policy approach that lends itself to this, if not in legislation?
I think legislation will likely be involved, or regulation. I think the other alternative, as I mentioned earlier, is rather than focus on kind of a simplified feed that just contains what a user is subscribed to, would be to allow a rich market of clients created by different people, companies, organizations than just the social media companies themselves, and compel the companies to allow them access to their APIs, so that if I want to make a better Facebook client than the one Facebook provides, I can do that, I can put it on the market, and people can decide if I provide them a better experience than Meta does. I think that's another way of doing that, is to open the market to allow the experience to be more tuned for and by users rather than solely by the social media companies.
Yep. Are you aware of that approach being taken by any other country?
That approach is difficult because it is defended in most nations by copyright law, whereby it is illegal, I think in Australia as well as other nations, to reverse engineer a company's client if they are providing copyrighted material over it, regardless of the reason that you have for doing that, or if you're committing a copyright infringement at all. So we would need to look at that particular legislative instrument. Other nations would need to look at that instrument as well. It has been, it's unfair to say, strong-armed in by the United States as a core tool of interoperability on the internet since the, I think, late 90s.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Deputy Chair.
Yeah, hi. Look, just following on from Senator Darmanan's line of questioning, with regards to opting out of the recommender system, that is an element, my understanding, of the European Union's Digital Services Act. And along with algorithmic transparency, researcher access and ad transparency. Do you have any thoughts on what Australia could learn from the DSA and these elements?
I have to confess I'm not deep into the DSA, so I don't have strong opinions. As a rule of thumb, those are all good topic areas for us to be diving into, and rebalancing kind of the scale away from very powerful US corporations kind of owning our kind of social media ecosystem, and rebalancing the power in favour of Australian citizens to give them more choice, more control and more transparency of where the news that is being put in front of them is coming from, and how they might choose to influence that.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Tom, recommendation 2, resource and strengthen platform regulation. I'm interested in, you say require technology companies to have their publishing responsibility be subject to advertising standards and regulations. We've obviously had a big discussion in this country for a number of years now around truth in political advertising, and it's a major issue. Are you aware of any countries around the world? We know we've got South Australia and the ACT as states in Australia that have these laws, but are you aware of any countries around the world that the committee could look at that do have these laws in place already?
I would have to take that question on notice, I'm afraid.
Yeah, no problems. Thank you. And also the other question related to disclosure for think tanks, sources of funding. Are you aware of any? I know the US has some different rules around this than Australia, but are there any other countries that you could point to or the committee could have a look at?
Again, I would have to take that on notice. Okay,
thank you. So micro-targeting of advertising, social media platforms, is this relate to your comment about privacy protections in your submission? Could you tell us a little bit more about why that's important? Is this an opt-in approach you're suggesting again, or is it just banning it completely?
I'm entirely in favour of either of those.
Right.
The issue with micro-targeting is that social media platforms and advertising companies on the internet gather very large amounts of data about us, about where we go on the internet, what we do, how long we spend there, who we talk with, who we stand near in public spaces. And then they use that to micro-target advertisements to us, which really is how they make so much money, is because they're able to sell advertising that is far more effective on a kind of cost per click basis than sort of traditional mass market, TV or print advertising, where you hope you get it in front of the eyeballs you want to be in front of based on kind of the demographics of a TV show or a newspaper readership. So they can micro-target those ads. It's extremely effective for them in terms of ad revenue. But the cost of that is that our privacy is invaded thousands of times a day as we go about our business on the internet. And so I think it's entirely reasonable to say, well, we should have some more restrictions on that. That's not a fair and reasonable thing to do for something as trivial as throwing adverts at us slightly more effectively. And that is then also used, not necessarily deliberately, but it feeds into the disinformation issue, because those people who want to put sponsored content onto the platforms, whether that's a pure commercial advert or a piece of let's call it propaganda or disinformation that they want to disseminate, they can target it very accurately at certain groups in society. So you can say, just give me, young men in this constituency who are or are not employed, and give this content just to them if you want to kind of focus in on a core group of people that you wish to manipulate, whether that's for an ad purchasing decision or a kind of news political information decision. So it's part of that whole ecosystem that the social media companies use to effectively monetize what we read.
Okay, thank you. And just last question for me. I was reading about solutions the other day on these kind of issues we've been discussing, and I read about middleware as being a potential, I suppose it kind of gives an opt-out to the tech companies if this kind of technology is available, where you can use, you can sort of self-select. Are you aware of any of the potential of that technology at all to help consumers of information be more, put their own firewalls up?
Can you be more specific what you mean in terms of middleware? Because I think that means something different in the tech industry parts that I used to be in. Oh,
okay. Well, the way the article described it was a new approach that incorporated AI, but basically helped consumers of information opt out. Even if the tech companies didn't provide that, they could download this and it would do that. They could put all their preferences up into this software, and it would do it for them. That was my understanding of it.
Yeah,
like I said, I've said before previous witnesses, I'm not very good at tech, so.
I would be very wary of using AI to do something in which specificity is required. Because of the fact that they do make mistakes, they do make omissions, that's part of their design. Also, those AI systems will require a large amount of our private data in order to know enough about us in order to operate in terms of what are we opting in or out of. And so I'd be very wary of looking to that as a solution. That feels more like kind of fiddling around the algorithm rather than getting to the heart of the problem, which is what is the algorithm selecting for us to see? And I think we need to get to that before it starts putting content in front of users' eyes rather than after.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions? Well, thank you for your evidence today, Mr. Solston. And if we have any questions that you've taken on notice, if you could get a response back to the committee in a few weeks, that would be great. So that concludes today's hearing. Thank you to all witnesses who appeared and to Hansard and Broadcasting for their assistance. The committee has agreed that responses to any questions and notice should be provided within 2 weeks. And the committee stands adjourned.